Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to the second day of the International E-Symposium on Supranational Criminology, dealing with international crimes. First of all, I would like to welcome the patron of this E-Symposium and registrar of our university, Mrs. Vandana Singhvi, who is an Indian administrative officer. I would like to welcome the chairperson of the session, Professor Arvind Tiwari, former president of Indian Society of Criminology and presently Dean of School of Law, Rights and Constitutional Governance at Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai. I would also like to welcome the keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Jacoba Cousin, President of Criminological Society of Africa, who is the head of Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice in University of Limpopo, South Africa, and the next keynote speaker, Dr. Michael O'Connell from Australia, who is the Secretary General, World Society of Victimology and Vice President of NGO Alliance on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice, UNODC. I would also welcome all the respected professors and academicians, all practitioners, research scholars, and students from abroad in India. Now I would request the patron of this E-Symposium and the registrar of a university, Mrs. Vandana Singhvi, to address the gathering. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all of you. On the behalf of Sardar Patel Police University, I welcome Professor Emilio Vaino, the President of the International Society of the Criminology, Professor Balraj Chauhan, the President of Indian Society of Criminology, and the Vice Chancellor of the Dharmashastra National Law University, Bhopal, Professor Madhva Soma Sundaram, Chairman of Indian Society of Criminology and Head of Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice, Manomaniam Sundaram, Tirunelveli University, and Dr. Syed Umar Rehta, Secretary of Indian Society of Criminology. I also welcome all of the speakers, chairpersons, and participants. As you know, our university strives to provide platform for the deliberation of pertinent issues on policing, criminal justice, and security. This International E-Symposium is the one of the such initiatives to bring together academicians and the practitioners together to think over the issues. The Department of Criminology and the Police Studies is one of the most vibrant department of our university. Apart from providing course in BA in Security Management, MA, MSc in Applied Criminology and Police Studies, and the PhD in the Criminology and Police Studies, it is continuously involved in the such academic activities like research, organizing conferences, seminars, symposiums, and workshops. The topic of today, the two-day symposium, is the International Symposium is the very crucial one because the international crime has affected people all around the part of the world. Be it organized crime, terrorism, human trafficking, and the environmental crimes, thousands and thousands of innocent people have fallen prey to these crimes and got victimized by the criminals. The horrific outcome of these crimes often land huge blow on humanity, and we all need to think about ways to prevent and control these crimes so that this world become a better place for us and better place to live it for us and also the future generation. I hope this International E-Symposium will be a small contribution in the efforts of academic institutes to come up with these ideas to deal with international crimes. I wish the organizers and the speakers all the best and hope that this event is the fruitful one for all and participants. Thank you again, and thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your speech. And now I will hand over the session to Chetan. Please, Chetan, please take over the session.
Good afternoon, one and all. I am Chetan Upadhyay, student of BA in Security Management. On behalf of the Department of Criminology and Police Studies, Sardar Patel University of Police Security and Criminal Justice, Jodhpur, I heartily welcome you to the third session of the International E-Symposium on Supranational Criminology dealing with international crimes. Without further ado, let me introduce you all to the chairperson and keynote speaker of this session. The chairperson of this session is Professor Arvind Tiwari. Professor Arvind Tiwari is a well-known criminologist. He was a MA Gold Medalist and PhD in Criminology and Forensic Science at Dr. H.S. Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. He was published several articles in peer-reviewed journals and chapters in edited books. Presently, he is the Dean, School of Law, Rights and Constitutional Governance since 2015 and Chairperson, Center for Police Studies and Public Security at Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Previously, he served as Dean, Student Affairs, Chairperson, Nodal Center of Excellence for Human Rights Education and Coordinator, Center for Socio-Legal Studies and Human Rights, School of Social Sciences at TIS, Mumbai. He is recipient of Kumarappa Reckless Award, the highest award in the field of criminology for his significant contribution in the growth of criminology in India by the Indian Society of Criminology. He was also conferred Fellow of the Indian Society of Criminology and Dr. B.S. Haikarwal and Professor Sushil Chandra Award to the Senior Social Scientist for his contribution to criminology in the broad field of social sciences. He has been conferred Human Rights Millennium and Human Rights Promotion Award by the Indian Institute of Human Rights, New Delhi for outstanding contribution in the field of human rights and Professor L.P. Vidyarthi Award for Best Society Scientist by Indian Social Science Association. He has visited Institute of Ethnology, West Felicity Wilhelms University, Münster, Germany, Faculty of Law, Lund University, Sweden, and Monash University, Melbourne, Australia, under Faculty Exchange Program for exploring academic and research collaborations. He has been extending professional services to several universities and other constitutional bodies of the center and state government, MHRD New Delhi, as HRD Ministries nominee, member selection committee, Tripura University as president of India nominee, member University Court Syndicate, and Pondicherry University as president of India. He is the former president of Indian Society of Criminology and presently serving as vice chairman of Indian Society of Victimology. He is also life member of several professional associations such as Asian Society of Criminology, Indian Science Association, Indian Social Science Association, Indian Sociological Society, and Indian Institute of Public Administration. We welcome you, sir. The first speaker of this session is Professor Dr. Jaco Barkhuizen. Professor Dr. Jaco Barkhuizen is currently head and professor in the Department of Criminology at the University of Limpopo. He is the president of Criminology Society of Africa. Previously, he was department head at the University of Fort Hare, Africa. Previously, he was department head at the University of Fort Hare. He started his academic career at the University of Pretoria, South Africa, where he graduated with bachelor's in arts degree with majors in psychology and criminology. After receiving his bachelor's degree, he furthered his studies at the University of Port Elizabeth, South Africa, now known as Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, by completing a BA Honours Psychology degree. After completing this degree, he enrolled and graduated with the degree BA Honours Criminology from the University of Pretoria, South Africa. On receiving above mentioned degree, he enrolled for the degree MA Psychology at the University of Pretoria. The focus of his master's research was on the South African serial killers and the university, and the title of dissertation is Exploration of the Intra-Psychic Development and Personality Structure of Serial Killers through the use of psychometric testing. While pursuing his master's degree research, he was awarded the prestigious Monaka Bokugusho Scholarship from the government of Japan to pursue his doctoral aspirations at Tokiwa University in Mito, Japan. His doctoral focus was on sexual molestation on public transportation, a victimological approach. This research culminated in him obtaining the first recognized dedicated full doctorate in human sciences victimology, which led to him being selected as the first non-Asian valedictorian at Tokiwa University. His current research interests are victim rights and specifically victim rights in South Africa, human trafficking in South Africa, serial murder in South Africa, sexual victimization, sex worker victimization, and the effects vehicle hijacking has on victims. Professor Barkoijan has published in academic journals and chapters in books in South Africa, Indian, Japan, and North American, has delivered papers and keynote address in North America, Europe, Africa, and Asia. I welcome you, sir. The second speaker of this session is Dr. Michael O'Connell. Dr. Michael O'Connell, member of the Order of Australia, Australian Police Medal with Distinction, Fellow of the Governor's Leadership Foundation, is a consulting victimologist, victim advocate for second chances, member of the International Network of Services for Victims of Terrorism, and Foundation Board member of Victim Support Asia. He is also a White Ribbon Ambassador since 2008 and patron of Victim Support Asia Hope Graduated Foundation. Dr. Michael served as the inaugural Commissioner for Victims' Rights South Australia 2006 to 2018. Before the appointment, he served as the state's first victim of crime co-coordinator, and while employed as a police officer, he was appointed the state's first victim impact statement co-coordinator. Further, Dr. Michael is a life member and currently Secretary General for the World Society of Victimology. He also chairs the WSB United Nations Liaison Committee. Michael has served as an expert volunteer with the United Nations on projects, including the revision of the Handbook on Justice for Victims of Crime and drafting on a handbook to help NGOs and others in Asia Pacific assist and protect victims of terrorism. He is also Vice President of the NGO Alliance on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice that is affiliated with the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime, Vienna, Australia, and United Nations, New York. In 1995, he was awarded the Australia Police Medal for his work to advance responses to the needs of victims of crimes. He was one of the 4 finalist nominees of South Australia Australian of the Year 2004. In 2010, he received Victim Support Australia's National Award for advancing victimology and promoting victims' rights. And in 2017, he became a member of Order of Australia. In 2018, the World Society of Victimology presented Michael with the Irene Mellop Certificate of Appreciation. In 2019, he again was one of 4 finalist nominees for the South Australia Australian of the Year 2020. I welcome you, sir. Now I hand over the session to Professor Arvind Tiwari and Ms. Mansi Sharma, student of MA, MSc in Criminology and Police Studies, will assisting you in question and answer session by reading out the questions.
So please unmute your mic.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. So at the outset, I welcome both the speakers for this very, very important and very relevant discussion. But before that, I would like to congratulate the university, Sardar Patel Police and Security and Criminal Justice University, Jodhpur, for organizing this program. Because I would like to just tell to our 2 resource persons that in India, since last around 10-12 years, this new kind of education, criminological education and education in police science is started by the police universities. And a few police universities have been set up, and Rajasthan is also one of the pioneering university in that way. So I congratulate the team of the university for organizing this program, as well as I also congratulate the Vice Chancellor and Registrar, and I thank them to give me this opportunity, and perhaps I think this is the good time to interact with you all and the speakers from 2 countries, from Africa and from Australia. Friends, I would like to just say a few things, a few words, then I will invite the resource persons And see, the topic which has been selected for this e-symposium is very relevant because the crime, international crime, which are increasing. You see the trafficking of all kinds, human trafficking, drug trafficking, trafficking of human beings, all those kind of things, plus the computer related crime, the cyber crimes, and the kind of victimization which is happening, to new form of crime and the new kind of victimization which is happening, which our speakers would be highlighting. Michael would be highlighting that. So these have also created a challenge at both levels. One, at the criminal justice level and at the government level, as well as also the new form of victimization is happening. And now, because of as we all know, like credit card and other kind of frauds were well known, but in India now, this particularly during this COVID period, now the huge expansion of this e-transaction has expanded. So I think these both the sessions would be highly interesting to the young faculty, students, and other stakeholders, those who will be joining this. So Professor Jaco would be talking on transnational crime and South Africa, how prohibition fuels the black marketing during COVID-19. Now, friends, this COVID-19 situation has created a very peculiar situation across the world. And each country is struggling with this. One way, this is human suffering and a new challenge to the human society and to all of us, to all countries, to governments, to citizens. But at the same time, also, the black marketing of essential medicines and other equipment is also happening. And what is that? How it is happening? Perhaps the scenario would be given by Dr. Jacob regarding that what is happening in South Africa and in maybe some other African countries, and what kind of challenges are emerged through this COVID-19 situation. I would, in the end of the session, I would also share something, my view. But Professor Jaco, half an hour would be okay for you? Fine. So
Yes.
it would be better because you see, as we all know, being academician, we give opportunity to our young students and faculty members to have some brief observations, some brief questions, so that we will have little time for that also. So half an hour, I invite you to deliver your talk for around 30 minutes, and then would you like that after your talk only we'll have the question answers? Okay.
I'm okay with anything you guys want. I'm 100%. I'll be online either way with you guys.
Yeah, I think it is better if you continue your deliberation, and the student volunteer will note down the questions, and then once you will finish your talk, then we will invite the question on, and then you can respond to that. Is it fine for you?
That's fine for me. That's fine for me. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, and you are also president of the African Society of Criminology. In India also, as you know that yesterday my colleagues were there, Vallabh Chauhan was there, Madhav Somasundaram was there. And you see, we all have been trying that, you see, the society should be vibrant. And you see the criminological education, particularly in the related to the criminal justice, the police, prosecution, judiciary, corrections, and how it could be relevant to the tackling of the crime situation within the country and transnational crime also, and how we can also modify the teaching pedagogy, the syllabus, and the other kind of thing, and how this professional society like Indian Society of Criminology can also learn from your society, and we can learn from each other. I think that is little out of the way of our discussion and today's focus. But I think this would be also very, very relevant to have exchange of ideas between the two professional societies. And
Yes.
now I think your session would be highly relevant, particularly in the COVID situation. And now I invite you to deliver your talk. Please, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind words, and thank you to Dr. Lama and everyone that's here. I like the idea of South-South and decolonized countries working together with common research goals, especially as we are both BRICS countries, so we can have a discussion regarding that a little bit later. I'm going to present to you now my PowerPoint presentation. Just let me know if you guys can see it. The title is Transnational Crime in South Africa, How Prohibition Fuels the Black Market During COVID-19. Or as I would like to also name it, how a government can shoot itself in the foot so badly that it will have lasting criminological, victimological, and financial implications for years to come. So just to give you an idea, here is South Africa, and this map is important to note. So South Africa has the Indian Ocean and Atlantic Ocean on the bottom side. Then we are bordered by Botswana in the north, Zimbabwe northeast, Mozambique in the east, and Namibia towards northwest. This is just to give you an idea what we're going to be talking about. I'm just above Pretoria, about there-ish. So, just for those who don't know what South Africa is, brief history. South Africa was colonized, or the Cape of Good Hope was colonized by the Dutch in 1652. Then the Dutch and the British had a war, and then South Africa and parts of South Africa was recolonized by the British. 1910, South Africa became a union of Britain, and from 1910 to 1961, we were part of the British Empire again. Then 1961, a white minority ruled republic took over. Also in 1961 was the formalization of apartheid in South Africa. From 1994, we became a full constitutional democracy. And like I said, South Africa is a developing nation, but is also part of BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, the BRICS group. Okay, so I'm going to talk about transnational crime. So what is a transnational crime? That is crime that have an actual or potential effect across national borders and crimes that are intrastate. So transnational criminal organizations usually are involved with terrorism, human trafficking, sex trafficking. But I'm going to focus on something that people usually don't focus on, is smuggling and the trafficking of goods in terms of what's going on in South Africa. So I'm going to look at tobacco products. And here's a definition of, according what tobacco is. It contains tobacco leaf, it's cigarettes, cigars, pipe tobacco, or any other prepared tobacco, such as vape, and any product or formulation that contains active amounts of nicotine that is manufactured, sold, or offered for sale. Now, I'm going to talk about prohibition. Now, what is a prohibition? Now, it's an act of practice of forbidding something by law in terms of reference to banning of the manufacture, storage, sale, possession, or consumption of a certain good. If we think about prohibition, we can think about the US prohibition on alcohol in the beginning parts of the 20th century, 1910s, when America went out and prohibited the use and sale and possession and consumption of alcohol. Now, why am I talking about that? Okay, so we have to talk about South Africa during COVID-19 and our response to it. So on the 26th of March, 2020, South Africa went into what is called lockdown level 5 or a full country lockdown. So the president enacted the State of Disaster Management Act, and that is then run by the NCC, which is the National Corona Command Council, which was then later called the National Command Council, and I think it's now called just the Command Council. So on the 26th of March, 2020, we went on full lockdown. The 27th of March, the government banned the sale of tobacco products and of tobacco electronic devices, with the caveat that on the 1st of May, it would be allowed again. The sale, distribution of tobacco and tobacco-related products would have been then be allowed to be bought and sold normally. However, that was reversed. And the only caveat was that tobacco companies could still export. The government reasons for the ban is that it looked like COVID-19 is a respiratory disease and it would free up medical care if smokers didn't smoke. Ironically, the government also said the sharing of cigarettes and Zol, which is the rolling of your own cigarette using spit, would increase the spread of COVID among smokers, those who roll their own and those that cannot afford cigarettes. This was the reasons given originally for the tobacco ban. So important to note is there's between 7.5 and 11 million adult smokers in South Africa, out of an adult population of about plus minus 60 million adults, or 60 million people in South Africa. So in one swell swoop, the government basically criminalized and victimized between 7.5 and 11 million adult smokers in one decision. 7.5 and 11 million people were criminalized and victimized. The government used the quitting excuse that during this time it would be good for smokers to quit. However, nothing was placed to help cessation of tobacco smoking during this time. So the government was forcing between 7.5 and 11 million adult smokers to go cold turkey. Now, those who smoke or have smoked know that you cannot just quit smoking. Nicotine is extremely addictive. And to force someone to quit smoking and not have anything in place for withdrawal is extremely cruel and inhumane. But I will continue. So the government said it's quitting, that quitting would be good, but that's a fallacy. Most smokers stocked up before the official lockdown, right? So people bought a couple of cartons of cigarettes, those who vape fluid, those who had loose tobacco, stocked up for the idea that by the 1st of May, they would be allowed to go out to shops and buy. The government did a study that said less people were smoking during this time. The problem is there was less people smoking because people stopped. However, a recent study by UCT found smokers still smoke. Now, how does that happen? Wow. We have to look at the history of illicit tobacco in South Africa. Now, illicit tobacco, by this we mean tobacco products that are manufactured or brought into the country that is not excised, that is not taxed, that is sold without any of the sales going to the revenue services. So we have a problem already for a long time in South Africa with illicit cigarette trade. The trade where cigarettes are manufactured inside and outside of South Africa and then smuggled in. In 2018, the stats looked like this. Now, again, this is South Africa. This is where I am. Now, if you look closely at the big yellow and red marks here, this is our northern and eastern border. So this red spark shows the sale of products below minimum collectible tax by province. So this is 2018. So this is already a huge problem. Now, remember, in 2018, you could still buy cigarettes. 2019, you could still buy normal cigarettes at the shop. And so 48 and 44%, which would mean that that's the amount of illegal, illicit tobacco products being sold during that time. Now, in 2018, South Africa was the first country in the world that allowed an illegal brand to become one of its top-selling cigarettes. Illegal cigarettes in 2018 accounted for approximately 33% of all cigarettes sold in South Africa. So just imagine 7.5 million or to 11 million people, 33% of all those cigarettes smoked was illegal or illicit. The largest share of the illicit cigarette market is occupied by those who manufacture these cigarettes locally. Other brands are smuggled in from neighboring countries, one of them being Zimbabwe. April 2017 and between April 2017 and March 2018, 80% of all legal cigarettes were produced domestically. That was that time. Tax loss in terms of illicit trade of tobacco in South Africa for 2015 and 2016 was 6 billion rand. Now, $1 billion in South Africa is still $1 billion. I mean, it's a lot of money. Now, the consequences. What did happen now? We banned cigarettes since March. We are now 6 months into a full prohibition on tobacco and tobacco products. It's ironically that I'm speaking today because the British American Tobacco South Africa just today started a court case in Cape Town, here at the bottom, trying to get the courts to overrule the current ban. Also, I found out yesterday that the other tobacco companies, the Free Independent Tobacco Association, was allowed to approach our Supreme Court of Appeal in regards to their fight to have tobacco unbanned. So, the consequences of the current prohibition in South Africa. This is based on the recent University of Cape Town study. So, smokers still smoke. Now, why would they still smoke? We can look at this in a criminological theory, looking at strain. It means smokers still smoke. So if you cannot buy it legally, you're going to buy it illegally. So most of the cigarettes being used, all of the cigarettes basically, being used and smoked currently, or tobacco products being used currently in South Africa, is illegal. If you are buying it, you're breaking the law. If you have it, you are basically a criminal. Now, why do smokers still smoke? We can look at this. And why do they do it? Cessation problems. Strain theory also talks about the strain people feel, especially during COVID, when you have emotional, psychological, you are worried about your finances, an economy that is going down. To put an additional stress on smokers then to quit would make them go out and look for cigarettes. And in that doing, encourages the black market. So currently, prices per a stick of cigarette has increased by an average of 4.4% each day. So every day you are paying 4.4% more for one cigarette. The average price of cigarettes is now 53% higher than before lockdown. I checked yesterday. A packet of cigarettes that usually would have cost you 25 Rand at most is now selling on the black market for 70 Rand. That's for a packet of 20 cigarettes. Now, what the UCT study also showed is that the whole government's excuse of the sharing of cigarettes combat COVID and the making of cigarettes, ironically, has now increased because of the price increases of these cigarettes. The tax loss currently is about approximately 1.5 billion Rand per month since the lockdown. The IMF loan and the African Developmental Bank loan will not even be close enough to fix the amounts of billions that is currently being lost due to. That's just remember, I'm talking here about tax loss. I'm not talking about the actual money being lost by the government. I mean, sales taxes, all this money that are currently being spent on cigarettes is not going into the government. It's going into criminalized, organized, transnational groups. Also, job losses in manufacturing and the farming sector has started to increase now. 40% of smokers switch from a multinational company brand to a brand produced by a local producer. So now the question is, but how does that happen? You know, where do these cigarettes come from? So remember, the government allows exports still of cigarettes. So now the local exported tobacco seems to have made a U-turn at national borders and is coming back in illegally. Also, it is flooding in from Zimbabwe and Mozambique. So how do we get our illegal cigarettes, you might ask? So the black market is either contactable by WhatsApp group, informal street traders, through social media groups, spaza shops, friends, family, and of course, drug dealers. It is more profitable now to sell cigarettes than it is to actually sell hard drugs. So, our land borders between Mozambique and Zimbabwe is very porous. It's easily to move between Zimbabwe and South Africa and Mozambique and South Africa. Now, the consequences of this prohibition is that illegal cigarettes are flooding in not only locally, but from Zimbabwe and Mozambique. The entrenched market share of this illegal and non-tax tobacco products grows every day. The profit of the black market is so sustained now that even if we unban tobacco just after my presentation, it's going to take years for police and investigators to actually break the connections that are currently being made to move goods in and out and to sell these goods in South Africa without the government being part of that. And another problem is, last week, when I was doing this, I was looking at what was going on in Mozambique. Now, currently in Mozambique, northern Mozambique, there's an ISIS-affiliated terror group actually busy with an insurgency in northern Mozambique. And as I was reading this and thinking about how illegal products are coming, or illegal tobacco is coming from Mozambique and Zimbabwe. I was like, how long would it take for a terror affiliated group to figure out that you can make millions and millions of dollars selling illegal cigarettes in South Africa? And by Jove, last week they arrested 5 guys in Johannesburg with ISIS manuals and flags. So the fact that the government cannot see that this is a potential danger is really, really worrying. But prohibition is not working. It strengthens the transnational groups in South Africa. The current prohibition has high profit and a low risk for criminal groups. And here I have to say, cigarettes are the new marijuana in South Africa. What do I mean by that? Well, in South Africa, marijuana has been decriminalized for personal use, and you can plant your own plants and harvest your own plants. So that part that usually fueled the drug trade in South Africa, marijuana is gone. Now it's been replaced by cigarettes, illicit tobacco, cigarettes that should not be made illegal. So further, the loss of fiscal income is unsustainable for a developing nation, for a nation that is contracting, whose economy is contracting due to COVID. This sustained prohibition will not do anything but harm. The loss of incomes for companies and for farmers especially is unsustainable. Farmers planted tobacco. Tobacco is not being harvested because why would you harvest something that you cannot yet sell or use? Export and import duties and excise duties, we've lost billions. We've lost millions and billions of rands just in export and import and excise alone. Money flows. Now, as we all know, that transnational crime cannot happen if there's not some political or law enforcement guy somewhere up that is part of this. Furthermore, what is argued as well is this prohibition could be seen as a constitutional violation of Section 10 of the South African Constitution, which talks about privacy, your right to privacy, your right to bodily and psychological integrity, and the right, also the constitutional right to practice your trade. The longer this ban or prohibition stays in place in South Africa, the more entrenched the illegal criminal networks in regards to tobacco will become. It's already from 2018 entrenched. Now, where there is no legal way, more loss of tax and growth in other criminal transnational crimes because of the high profit margin. It is extremely profitable. And there we come to the end of my thing. Basically, what I just want to say, it is really one of the most shoot yourself in the foot type of things that South Africa has done since America prohibited alcohol. Because as we remember in the history of prohibition of alcohol in America, those networks that were made during that time is still the networks that are being used for other transnational and supranational crimes, drug trafficking, human trafficking. So the idea that we prohibit something and think that it will not flood a market and there will not be a demand for it is extremely short-sighted, and the consequences of such short-sightedness will have massive national and international impact, especially in the SADC and greater African region, maybe even further afield. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for it's a very exciting and very informative deliberation. and your session is really, you see, highlighting the scenario in South Africa. I'll come little later with my comments, but because in India also the situation is almost similar in alcohol ban or prohibition of alcohol and some other kind of products. But anyway, I think what we'll do, first we'll take up the questions from the audience, and then I would like to have some observations. Yeah, so question please. Who is coordinating, Jayesh, for regarding questions with the participants?
Mansi.
Hello.
Hello, Mansi is available.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, yes, Mansi.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Mansi.
Yeah.
Sir, the
Is
question
there any
is
question from the participant, Mansi?
no, sir. No one
No
asked any question. No,
You can
sir.
ask something. You can ask.
No, sir. Actually, I don't want to ask.
Hello. Sir, good evening, sir.
If
Good evening,
anyone, hi.
Sir, good evening. Simakarna speaking.
Hello, Shimkarna. Hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. Sir, just I want to. Sir, this is not question actually. Just I would like to know whether in South Africa they have de-addiction centers.
Yes.
What centers?
He's asking.
De-addiction center for the
Yeah, like for people those who are addicted.
addict for smoke.
We do have for.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, we do have for addicts recovery centers and stuff like that. But now again, none of the smokers could go because up until today, I can only travel in my own province. So if my province doesn't have an addiction center, I can go nowhere. You understand? There was during the first part of one of the lockdowns, the government or some NGOs were giving methadone for heroin users and people that are addicted to heroin and other drugs. But the whole idea of tobacco being just as addictive never featured. So you had like for 2-3 weeks people going through withdrawal. Now, if you have a choice of going through withdrawal or going and buying cigarettes from the black market, you know you're going to rather go and the path of least resistance.
Okay. So is there any call 24/7 call for assistance for smokers?
Again, there is nothing actually. If you're not in a major city, right? If you're not in a major city, you will not be able to travel to a major city. Even now, tobacco cessation products are not selling out if you go to a pharmacy. And I think one of the reasons is that smokers and people feel that the prohibition or the ban is unjust. So you know how people get when they feel that a law is illegal, they will not follow that law. And that is one of the things. People are angry because of this. Smokers that are quitting are already angry, and now you have the job losses that's starting to be associated with this, the tax losses. So it is a thing. It's ironically funny.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Any other question from the participant side?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
This is one question from Prerna. She asked, "Can you
Go ahead.
can you shed some light on prohibition of drugs? Will it work?"
Well, prohibition, I can hear. So the question is, Will prohibition of drugs work? No.
Okay. So,
Prohibition of anything doesn't really work. If there's a need for it, like, I don't know, India likes tea, I like coffee. But if we decide tomorrow to ban tea or coffee, the day after that, there's going to be a lot of criminals buying tea or a lot of criminals buying coffee because there's the needs already there. The market is already there. The best is to not see drug use as a criminal matter. It's rather a societal matter or an addiction matter. It should not be seen as part of a criminal justice or a justice response, but more of a social justice response. You understand? Prohibition doesn't work. If prohibition worked, we would never have any drug dealers or any black market drugs, right? No heroin, no marijuana, because no one would buy it. But it doesn't work like that. As long as there's a demand for a product, there will always be a supply for a product. It's to counterbalance that demand and supply. That's where the focus should actually lie, not in the criminal justice system. Thank you.
Any other question from the participants?
yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, Ankita Shukla asked that how to deal with psychological aspects of antisocial people can be deal. What methods can be adopted?
So, antisocial, can you just repeat that? You cut out a little bit there.
Yes, sir. So she asked about how to deal with psychological aspect of antisocial people can be deal. What methods can be adopted?
Okay, so now antisocial people, or do we talk about people that are antisocial or people with antisocial personality disorder? Because that's two different things, right? So if we deal with antisocial people, leave them alone. But if we deal with people with antisocial personality disorder, that's a whole half an hour of psychological discussion of what type of people that is, what type of narcissistic tendencies that you have to look out for, how antisocial personality disorder people will use whatever you think is good as bad against you. So what can you do with antisocial people? Leave them alone. What can you do with antisocial personality disorder? That is a half an hour discussion. I don't think we have so much time to talk about it. But there is trigger and bullets that you can look out for. I can later talk to, or if they want to, Dr. Lama has my email address. I'm more than willing to still talk to the professors and the students via email as well.
So one more question, please.
Yes.
Does prohibition works better or drug consumption rules should be implemented?
Okay, just repeat there.
Does prohibition works better or drug consumption rules should be implemented?
For prohibition to work, should stuff be implemented? Prohibition doesn't work. Let's just be honest. Prohibition won't work. Prohibiting anything just creates a market for it. If we want to be smart, we have to look at the reasons why certain things are popular. But prohibiting anything or making laws or criminalizing people because of a certain like for a certain thing doesn't work. Addiction is a psychological problem, right? It is certain people are more prone to be addicted than others. So prohibiting and criminalizing them and victimizing them by using a criminal justice system approach does not work. It's never worked. It just puts more people in prisons, which takes away space for the real criminals, the people that steal money, the people that murder and rape and abuse. So we criminalize a group that shouldn't be criminal.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
So Dr.
Yeah.
Nandini Devaramani has some questions. So can she ask this question?
Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead.
So, is it the anti-socialists become drug addicts or the drug addicts become anti-socialists?
Well, you know the thing is, chicken egg. What's first, the chicken or the egg?
Yeah.
Um, certain people are genetically more prone and biochemically more prone to become addicted, whether it is nicotine, whether it's alcohol. And then now it's if you are more prone to be addicted, if that's genetically, are you more prone to have sort of antisocial type of traits as well? So it's really one of those chicken egg type of questions. Neurochemicals come into play, biology comes into play, and then also the social reality of where you live come into play as well. I mean, I would never have thought that buying a packet of cigarettes in South Africa would make me a criminal because that was not my social reality. My social reality, if I bought heroin, I would know I would be considered a criminal. But now the social reality is completely different. I mean, certain countries have alcohol bans. I understand. But suddenly to do something like that in a country that used to not do that, you create a subclass of citizens immediately. You criminalize a huge part of your own adult voting population, which is going to have political consequences as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
It's a pleasure.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, please go ahead. I'm here.
Yeah. Why not take action on the manufacturing of the drugs itself instead of
See,
tackling the drug problem?
this. So now, when it comes to tobacco, right? So the prevailing hypothesis is, it's still allowed to be exported out of South Africa. So the prevailing hypothesis is, as these cigarettes are made locally and in other countries, some of this gets diverted to organized groups. So let's say for every 100 packs that are made, 30 packs usually get stolen and gets into the illicit market. But now, all the packs that are made are basically illegal, so it just spreads through the market. I read a news report this morning that our northwestern neighbor, Namibia, is reporting less and less of certain multinational brand cigarettes. Now, that's usually exported from South Africa to there. So the question is, what happens at the border? It's probably someone takes and it comes back into South Africa and it never reaches where it goes. And then we have the others that are manufactured outside of South Africa that comes in because it's not illegal there to buy cigarettes and bring it in.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to hand over this session to Tiwari, sir. Yours,
Okay.
please.
Yes, yes. Okay. So, Professor, really it was a very interesting discussion. And although you have focused mainly on this cigarette mm, smuggling of cigarette and the smokers issues, uh, my you see why what I would like to ask you one or two observations briefly. What is the response of the police during COVID-19 situation with uh, for both of the people? One, those who have violated this law to get the cigarette from the black marketers. One, and number two, that as you have already said, that prohibition never works. But why did the governments, all kind of government, in India also, I'll tell you the situation little later when you respond. Prohibition in India we have started from earlier we would call the Mumbai state, now it is Maharashtra and Gujarat. And the bootlegging started, and the gangs were formed, and a lot of smuggling, and it was very difficult. So I would like to know from you, what was the response of the police on this issue, number one, and number two, why did the government, despite knowing it that prohibition will not work, they impose the prohibition? Yes, please.
Okay, I might get fired for some of my answers here now, but okay, here we go. So, what is the police doing? Well, here's the little weird thing in our law. So, it's illegal to sell and manufacture tobacco. It is not actually illegal to possess tobacco. Now, the police minister, I don't know if he doesn't know the Constitution or the South African criminal law, went on TV and said if they catch you with a packet of cigarettes, now 6 months into this ban, the police will have to, you have to show a receipt where you bought the cigarettes. Now, that is a constitutional violation already. You have the constitutional right to remain silent unless forced to by a magistrate or a judge to speak, and you have the right not to self incriminate. So there's no way that a policeman can ask you to present a receipt or to arrest you for something that you can easily say, I bought this 6 months ago. I have a whole stack of cigarettes. Leave me alone. You know, and then a lot of the police are also smoking. And there's been news reports where police have been arrested smuggling cigarettes in their cars or stealing cigarettes and then taking it. So the whole prohibition and why the government keeps this up because of they don't want to lose face. They know what they did was completely idiotic. They just don't want to admit it. I mean, you are growing a black market. You are making it easier for terrorist groups to figure out it's going to be hella profitable to sell cigarettes in South Africa. And it's just basically sure criminological incompetence that you don't look at history and see this doesn't work. And I'm sorry, but it is for me, it was one of the most stupidest things and idiotic things a government could ever do. If you look at the history of what prohibition did for America and transnational crime, not to figure out not to do the same is blatantly just ignoring what's in front of your face.
Yeah, right. Thank you. So, sir, I'll tell you that you see the issues which you have highlighted, like in India also. I'll just surprise you briefly that, like few years back, Bihar is one of the states in India which has put the prohibition on the liquor sale. Okay, and thousands of poor people are booked under this law, and they are languishing in the prisons. So the victimization, see the impact on their families, and the prisons are crowded. No correctional activities can be done there. So, I mean, this is really a very, very peculiar situation for us as a criminologist also, that this prohibition, what purpose it is serving? Because you see, this is not a heinous kind of crime, which like crime against person or property or other kind of transnational crime. Now, this is a huge crime related to the human behavior. So, how to deal with the human behavior is everything cannot be governed by the state. But this COVID-19 situation has put tremendous, you see, pressure on the law enforcement agencies, like in India also. When people were going out on the street, the police were saying, you are not allowed to come for anything, for any purpose, until or unless the rules allow. Now the question is that some of the people were still roaming on the street. So the rule of law and law-abiding behavior is one aspect. Another aspect is the human nature and the human tendencies and like smoking, like drugs, the use of drugs or misuse of drugs. Use of drugs we can understand, but misuse of drugs, which is happening. Now these are the human behavior. How to tackle these behavior? Can you just briefly tell us, because we will be interested to know that how the system handles such kind of violators, both that the victims, those who were turned as the offender because they have violated the rule and they have purchased the cigarette through smugglers, and also you see with the smugglers, those who are indulging anyway, this is because they are making the huge money, because crime is a profiting business for them. So how the violators from victim side, the people those who are smokers, how are they handled once they are see arrested by the police? Are they sent to the jail, or they are giving any community service? What is the framework in your country?
Oh, okay, currently, because of our lockdown rules, you are arrested and then taken as quickly to a magistrate because people don't want to keep people in police detainment as long as possible. You know, with COVID, we're going through our peak currently, so you don't want to keep people in a prison cell for too long. So this is just generally if you violate the Disaster Management Act. Then you can either sign admission of guilt and pay a fine. Now, a lot of people do that, which is stupid because they don't realize the moment you do that, it will give you a criminal record immediately. So, or you can go in front of a magistrate, plead innocence, and demand your trial date. Um, uh, Generally, when we talk about victimology, and Michael's talking later also about victimology, um, the state victimizing its own people is a huge problem. It's a big problem. The idea that you can have groups of your own people that you will, in one swell swoop, victimize and criminalize. And like you said, there's no reason for this to happen. There's no scientific basis. There's literally no criminological basis to do this, or even for crime prevention methods. There's no reason for this. It's just as what Niels Christie would talk about, that conflict as property. It's government's conflict as property. It's their property to make and break laws. And you as a citizen, sorry for you, you are just either part of it or you're not. You know, so this is my answer.
Thank you, Professor Jacob. Because now, because I was thinking these questions may come from my colleagues and audience and students. But anyway, so I have played the dual role. And now I'll come to my formal role as the chairperson. And you see, this was, I think, this was very interesting topic for us, students and criminology teachers. And perhaps we can also undertake some kind of comparative studies of two countries or some other countries and South Asian countries and African countries, including South Africa. And let us see that we can examine these prohibition policies from the public policy point of view and the constitutionalism. That what constitution is, what are the laws, and from public justice point of view and from public policy point of view, how we can you see produce some kind of evidence-based research from the cross cultural perspectives from various countries. Because as you have said rightly in the beginning, that colonial we have the same kind of you see legal system and the colonialism and post-colonialism development, and particularly the public policies and the criminal justice policies have to be examined vis-a-vis the constitutionalism and the social realities. So I think the beginning of this session and your lecture is very relevant and important for the Indian criminology students, teachers, and society, Indian Society of Criminology. So, on behalf of the organizers and behalf of me, because see, my background is also that I have worked with the government for around 10 years. Then I worked in the National Human Rights Commission. Then I worked in the International NGO. Then now I am in peace since last 20 years. And I have seen that we as a criminologist, we had to produce little more evidence-based studies from cross-cultural perspective and also examine the public policy, particularly from the sustainable development goals and the developmental agenda. So now UNODC is doing a lot of work. I think if we can collaborate in future, uh, I think that would be a very good initiative, and particularly the outcome of this e-symposium, because my approach has always been like this: that something we should get out of this, which could be translated into action. So if we are having something, we could have some kind of outcome in such a manner that which could reflect. And our students can also, like South African Constitution. For my colleagues and students, I will recommend that they should read it. This is the one of the wonderful constitutions in India. Sorry, in the world. Indian Constitution also excellent constitution, but your constitution came later on, and the recent constitution, which has reflected the you see, the human rights framework in a very concise and precise manner. So your constitution is having tremendous you see human rights framework and the constitutionalism for the rights of the people. So as we have rightly said, right to privacy in terms of, so like if you are examining these prohibition things in terms of, I'll say this is my choice, this is my right to privacy. I would like to smoke. Since I am a smoker, I have a right to smoke. One way, another way, that is the law says it is prohibited because of ABCD, COVID-19 or whatever situation. So I think this is really a good beginning of our academic deliberation, and I really appreciate your endeavor to present such a wonderful you see presentation on this issue. And I thank on behalf of the organizers and behalf of the my colleagues and behalf of the students that you have highlighted a very important area which is relevant particularly in COVID-19 situation, because you know the COVID-19 situation has also created us criminologists a very unique situation, because we have to examine the public policy, the public laws, as well as the response of the public justice system and its impact on the people. So how it is impacted, because this is the new situation. And in this session, in that context, it was really path-breaking and excellent. So here I would, with the permission of the organizers, I would, again, thank you for making such a wonderful presentation. Thanks. Over to the
Thank you.
organizers.
Hello. Yeah, we'll ask you to continue with the next session. So you may invite the next speaker now.
Okay. Fine. Thank you, Srikant. So now, you see, friends, we have heard Professor Jaco, and he has presented, the situation of smoking and how it is impacting on black marketing, particularly in the COVID-19 situation. Now we have another distinguished speaker with us, Dr. Michael. So Michael would be talking to you a marriage in harm, the supranational criminology and victimology. Because you see, he would be covering, I hope, that you see the victimological perspective also. And a title is very, very interesting. A marriage of harm, in harm. So what is harm? Because marriage generally is considered is a pleasant moment. But since he is saying marriage is harm, I don't know. I am also excited to listen that what is this marriage about, marriage between whom, and how it is harming, and how it is relevant to the criminological perspective. I think this is a very interesting area, Dr. Michael, which you have chosen. And now over to you. So around 30 minutes, Michael, would be okay for you to speak? Absolutely fine.
I will fit to your time.
Please. Because you know that I would like to give time to my colleagues and students. They can also, because this is the rare opportunity which Dr. Lama has provided to us. So we would like to make use of this opportunity. So they can ask something. So please go ahead. You have around 30 minutes time.
Thank you very much. Nina Mani, to all the people who are listening, thank you to the respectful people who invited me to make a presentation this evening. Let me begin in the 1940s. I wasn't there, so like many of you, I rely very much on the literature and what people report as being truth. In the 1940s, we saw that criminologists were predominantly preoccupied with the characteristics of criminals, what caused their criminal propensity and how to prevent crime. But a marked point of departure came with the writings of von Hentig and Mendelssohn. Both of those people began to look at the part or the role that victims play in their own demise, the alternative side of the coin of crime. Mendelssohn himself referred to the victimal as the opposite of the criminal. And von Hentig suggested, when sitting pondering one day, that it was the neglect of the poor slob who at the end of the stick, the victim, the pacifist, that was missing from the equation in our explanations on crime. While von Hentig didn't himself promote an individual social science, Mendelssohn did. In fact, von Hentig is often claimed as being one of the forefounders of victimology. In his original text of some 500 or so pages, only one chapter is dedicated actually to the victim. The rest is dedicated to the criminal and the criminal incident itself. But the point of that will become relevant shortly. But these writers did stimulate some conversations, and that conversation extended a little bit further to a man called Wortham, who had been studying homicides, and he took up the idea of having a separate science, and many say he's actually the person who coined the label victimology, rather than the more populist view that it was Mendelssohn. Whatever be the case, these three writers lay the foundations for what has now evolved into quite a considerable area of study. Now, since they wrote, victimological theories have largely, however, continued to evolve under the auspices of criminology. So we have the lifestyle theories, the routine activity theories are prime illustrations of how the original victim causation notion has developed into victim proneness and victim vulnerability. And these notions have been applied to studies on repeat victimization or repeat crime, as well as multiple victimizations, and led to victim-oriented preventive solutions, much of which is within the realm of criminology and criminal justice. Other theories that have evolved include differential risk and social structure orientation, which are theories that help explain why victimization happens, whereas other theories, such as the invasion into oneself and psychosocial theory, help to explain the impact of victimization. And Republican theory, as another example, serves as the basis of restorative practices that engage the victim and the offender collectively in conflict resolution activities such as family group conferences. But most of these theories fall under the school of penal or criminal victimology, which is comparable to criminology. Rather than focus on the perpetrator of crime, however, victimologists focus on the victim and different aspects of victimization, including its causes and the effects, as well as the reactions of society. One popular definition has been put by Daigle, who says, and I quote, "The study of the etiology or causes of victimization is consequences, how the criminal justice system accommodates and assists victims, and how other elements of society, such as the media, deal with victims." Yet, the scope of victimology remains contentious. Some say that victimology should not be limited to the study of victims of crime. Rather, they assert that victimology should be about human rights abuses, while others say that it should be about all forms of all forms of human suffering, rather. Although much attention continues to be paid to conventional penal or criminal victimology, there is an even stronger discourse and growing volumes of studies that cover other forms or other sources of victimization, including environmental crime, organised crime, corruption, terrorism, which I will return to shortly, mass violence, armed conflict, abuse of power, and human rights abuses, as well as natural sources of victimization, such as disasters and disease. And an immediate example is the COVID-19 pandemic. So where does this leave us? Well, it's been said that rather than criminology inform victimology, there is now a good case that concepts derived from victimology are serving criminologists. In other words, we're seeing a marriage, to refer back to my title, of these two disciplines. For example, Niels Christie, which Professor Yarko mentions, famous stereotype of the ideal victim can be applied to international crimes. The characteristics of the ideal victims of genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes, says Van Wyk, largely overlap, and I quote, with the ideal victim of conventional crimes. And Shalif and Sikor explain how the victimological knowledge on bystanders' involvement in crime can assist criminologists' analysis of an incident, such as the role of bystanders in genocide or in a terrorist attack. And if time had permitted, I would give you some commentary on the supranational criminology, but I do refer you to the seminal text that was mentioned by Professor Greg Barak last night. The underlying thesis of that towards the criminology of international crimes text is that traditional criminologists have not been able to explain the forms of crime where there are mass engagement, where there are the forces of the state, as well as more recently private interests or private forces that engage in some sense of collectivism rather than in individualism. One of the underlying factors that is in the text on transnational criminology is the focus on social harm. In other words, looking beyond the actual perpetrator, beyond the actual act itself, and rather to the harm that is caused. And this allows transnational criminologists to look at incidents that aren't necessarily illegal, but can be certainly immoral, that are illegitimate, albeit that they might not be covered at this particular point in time by any law. In fact, Smellers goes on in that text to say that one of the distinctions is that perpetrators of these crimes are humanus generis. In other words, in English, they are considered to be enemies of all humankind rather than necessarily a particular individual. Another is that transnational criminology focuses on power inequality and globalization, and some of these pointers have been picked up by the previous speakers. Transnational criminology, rather, get my tongue back in a minute, it is said needs to be considered at a macro, meso and micro level to get a full comprehensive understanding. For example, by macro level, I mean that you'd concentrate on how conflicts emerge at the state or the particular regime level. At a micro level, you would concentrate on the perpetrators and why they commit, for instance, the violence. Whereas at a meso level, studies could concentrate on factors that operate between the individual and the state. But the common thread in those particular levels of exploration is the social harm, and that's what helps draw this particular perspective together rather than the more traditional criminological view. Some of the other writers in this area also draw attention to some other areas that may be of interest to some of you. For example, Permitter and his colleagues write about the fact that traditional legalistic initiatives that were adequate for dealing with conventional crime, such as the criminal law codes in India or in Australia. We have 9 different criminal codes here in Australia. They may be appropriate to deal with some wrongdoings, but it's questionable to what extent they are within that existing legal discourse adequate to deal with, for instance, crimes against humanity and genocide. And one of the points that these authors make is that often the criminal law is written, particularly in Western nations or nations that were colonized by Britain and inherited the common law system. Those law is often written in a manner that suits cultural adversarialism, and it suits, to a certain extent, war making. It suits or complements conflict rather than in the alternatives which have evolved particularly in areas around criminology to deal with youth crime, and more recently in discourse to deal with victims around the area of restorative justice and transitional justice, which seeks to deal with post-conflict situations in manners, for example, in the Balkans, where you actually have people returning back to their communities who during the time of the war were enemies and prior to that have been friends, and now they are coming back into sharing the common community. Or as we've seen with the Gaucho in Rwanda as a traditional response that even human rights advocates have said not only serves the legal end, but also the social political ends in those particular areas. One of the critiques I have of transnational criminology, however, is that yet again, and a prime example is that seminal text that I mentioned and was mentioned by Professor Barak yesterday, is that victimology is considered to be a subset of supranational criminology. And to a certain extent, prima facie, that's history repeating itself. In that seminal text, there is really only one chapter dedicated to victimology, and that's victimology and state crime. Similar, going back to the point I made about von Hentig and his original thesis, which I considered only had one chapter in it. Notwithstanding those points, it is evident from the literature written in both disciplines that this focus on harm that is caused, the types of behaviours that cause the harm and the resultant social harm and its broader effects is a common thread through both disciplines. In fact, it's rather interesting that at Gronhausen and Pemberton, as two examples, have observed that within the slipstream of this evolution of criminology, it's possible that victimology has now rediscovered victims of international crimes as a target group for academic research. And Pierre, in her thesis, actually goes on a little bit further to conclude that in the wake of studies of these types of crime, and I quote, a stronger victimology is emerging as an autonomous scientific discipline. And back in 2004, I observed that victimology had not yet reached that status. So perhaps inadvertently, transnational criminology might actually become the impetus to strengthen victimology rather than, as it currently appears, that victimology is relegated, as I said once again, to being a subset in that particular area. Now, such said, in a study of transnational and international crimes, it is necessary to transcend these disciplinary divisions. Both victimology and transnational criminology account for both criminalised and uncriminalised harms. But neither victimology nor transnational criminology can be isolated from reality. And it is in the context of such realities that I just want to turn for the latter part of what I have to say to the issue of terrorism. And as a lead into that, I just refer to some work done by Lechette, where in a text that she co-edited, she makes an observation that there have been quite significant legal developments to tackle the area of some of the most serious, atrocious crimes of concern to humankind. But she points out that despite the fact that there has been this proliferation of laws, international laws, tackling genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, as well as trafficking human beings and terrorism, that victims' suffering appears often not to be a priority. Now, it's interesting, she made that observation in 2011, and only 2 years ago, the Deputy Secretary General to the UN, Vladimir Voronkov, proclaimed, and I quote, "Victims continue to be the biggest losers in the fight against terrorism." Now, as a caveat to that, I have to say, as by way of a warning, that the image of the real-life victims of terrorism plays an important role in the so-called war on terrorism, as do victims themselves. Politicians across the world that we share surround themselves with victims of terrorism or their families to justify their commitment to that war. There are one or two exceptions. Margaret Thatcher was one who said that she will not ever relate terrorism to politics. Terrorism is a crime, is a crime, is a crime. And she differentiated herself from George Bush and some of the others at that time. But as a generalisation, politicians do like to have victims of terrorism near them to help justify their commitment to reform. Now, to paraphrase Dubber, in my view, the time has come to pursue the rights of victims of terrorism and indeed other international and transnational crime as a cause worth pursuing for its own sake, rather than as a tool for the expansion of state power. So that is my caveat on what I'm going to say. And for that purpose, just bear with me, I'm going to try my best to show you what I have on my screen. I hope that you can see a silhouette. And it would be nice if someone might tell me. You can see that? Wonderful. So this is an image from a text by Edward de Bono. And when you first look at that silhouette, one has to ask themselves, what are you looking at? Are you looking at an open envelope? Are you looking at a triangle on top of a rectangle? Are you looking at a picture of a house drawn by a young child? So what you see, what you perceive, helps frame what that image means to you and therefore what you define it represents. Now, what's the logic of that? Well, when it comes to the issue of defining terrorism, and I just want to make a quick point about this, you're welcome to the PowerPoint later, but there is no uniform international definition of terrorism. It's often pitted in or presented in different ways, and this short list just gives you an example of the different ways that it might be pitted. One person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. Terrorism is diplomacy by other means. The Western concept of the so-called just war versus the Islamic concept of jihad. Some other issues around the definition of terrorism, and I don't have time to go into these in any great depth, but I do point out to you that if you actually look historically at what we understand to be terrorist groups in a modern context, and you put the analysis of what we see today in the context of history, we often find that an underlying cause was abuse of power by the state, whether it be in Ireland and the invasion and the takeover and the conflicts that arose there that ultimately led in the 1800s to the Irish Republican Brotherhood, which then, because of the British response to suppress it, led to insurrection and ultimately violent conflict, which the dominant power labelled as terrorism. Similarly, if you look at the French Revolution, you find that the nature of terrorism, the word terrorism, is actually used to refer to abuse of power by the state, the abuse of power against reluctant citizens in the aftermath of that revolution. Or even if you look at the issue in Sri Lanka, not far from yourselves, and look at the conflict that has arisen there, which is a byproduct of colonialism and the failure of the colonist British to address issues and indeed to set up a framework in which it appeared that one particular group of people was favoured over another. And even something else that you might want to think about as food for thought is the, for instance, I provided financial support to a group that was opposed to apartheid in South Africa. Under definitions that exist in my home country now, I actually would face the prospect of being prosecuted for financing a terrorist organisation. And the cartoon by Singer just hopefully captures your attention for a moment. So I'm going to skip very quickly through some slides. I do apologise for this, but for the sake of integrity of what I would like you people to get from the presentation tonight, I have gone through and included in the PowerPoint more information about the different ways that terrorism is defined. Now, one of the critical issues from both a victimological perspective and a transnational criminological perspective that I have mentioned to you before is the focus on the harm, the impact, the effects, and the reactions to those people who are the victim survivors of an act of terrorism. So it becomes important to consider, and I apologise for the images, but just, in each of those scenarios, who is actually the victim? Is the victim the direct person who is killed? Is the victim the owner of the property that has been damaged? Is the victim the bystanders, the people who have witnessed what happened? And we could even go a little bit further than that and consider the ripple effect of an act of terrorism and how it reaches out. And this circle, this ripple, like dropping a pebble into a pool of water, is important because it illustrates, on one hand, the complexities of identifying who are actually victims of terrorism, but on the other hand, it also illustrates the extent to which harm has been done. And in the context of the law itself on terrorism, if you were to define and study terrorism only in the context of the criminal law itself and what act is criminalised, many of these people would fall outside of the notion or the concept of who is actually a victim. Yet they all in some way suffer either directly or through vicarious means harm as a consequence of terrorism. Now, I just reiterates the scope of that harm: physical, emotional, psychological, the impact or dysfunctional social support, the practical and material needs and harm that is done, the inconvenience that people are put to, and even now to the extent that we see often populist media pitting one religion or one faith against another and trying to contextualise terrorism in that sense, the impact on people's spirituality and on their faith. So I want to just make, because I'm conscious of the time, a final observation in terms of harm, and that is, what are the actual needs of victims of terrorism? Because of the nature of the magnitude, the mass violence that often is the manifestation of an act of terrorism, are the needs of those people who become victims of terrorism and victims of more conventional crimes different? And it would seem not. It would seem that whilst there is some difference in the magnitude of the need, that on average, the broad categories of need, financial or practical, psychological, physical, etc., are not all that dissimilar. So we can learn from what has already been produced in empirical studies around victim assistance with respect to how we set up support mechanisms for victims of terrorism. One of the issues, however, is how you transpose that in a transnational, international sense. For example, in my former life as commissioner, we had a South Australian citizen killed on London Bridge with the terrorist incident there, and her immediate family were here in South Australia. Her partner was in England. Her best friend was in England. A Good Samaritan, who also was a friend who tried to revive her, was in England. The funeral was going to take here in Australia. how do we, for example, respect both the needs of victims of crime across the globe, top to bottom? How do we honour the pledge, the promise of victims' rights, such as the right to keep victims informed? And this is a particularly important issue to go back to the observation that was made by the Deputy Secretary General and by Leichert, that victims' needs are often relegated. They're not a primary consideration. In mutual assistance agreements, which are part of the framework of our international law, rarely do we see the needs and the rights of victims of crime, well, more particularly the rights of victims of crime, integrated into those agreements. We certainly see issues around the perpetrator and the accused and the need to ensure that the underlying rule of law is respected. And we see that the law enforcement agencies' needs, the needs of the state, are addressed through those agreements, but rarely are those people who suffer the harm is that addressed. Now, I'm mindful of the time, and I was asked to keep my presentation to this short 30 minutes to give you some opportunity in the last 10 or 15 minutes to ask me some questions. So I notice, Greg, you are here. I've cited you a few times from the seminal text that you yourself referred to last night, and I even managed to weave environmental crime and state power into my presentation. So out of respect for the comment that you made. So I will leave it there. I'm returning to my title. I believe that the focus on social harm that is a consistent thread in transnational criminology, and the focus on harm, there's a common thread in victimology, no matter which of the three different scopes that one considers, mean that you can have a marriage of those two disciplines. And in the context of international crime, that marriage is necessary if we are to do good for all those people who become victims of international, transnational crime. Thank you, Naga Lara, which is Ghana, for thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Michael, for a very elaborative, you see, and very important presentation on criminology and victimology, and particularly you have highlighted, you see, the problems of victims of terrorism. And as you have rightly said that there is no unanimity on the definition on terrorism. So definition varies from country to country and situation to situation. And particularly like in India also after 26/11 in Mumbai, you see the kind of suffering which the victims had realized. It is not only the monetary compensation alone. So there are several factors. Now I would like to open the floor for question answer session. So now over to Jayesh or Mansi. Is there any question from the audience? Hello.
Hello, Mohit.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah. Actually,
hello.
In Mumbai, it is hugely raining, heavily raining, and I have some problem with the internet connectivity. But anyway, I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
So there is a question from Ukasha that is for our speaker, which is, what do you think about the idea of rehabilitation of repentant terrorist?
It's interesting you mentioned the concept of rehabilitation. In some places, they have other more harsher confrontational ways of expressing how they effectively attempt to reprogram, to reshape. The Indonesians in particular pride themselves in in the way that they have addressed many of their terrorists in that country. Look, there are a couple of things that I would say. It is wrong to assume as a starting point that all victims are punitive. We cannot ignore that in moments of anger, people have either individually or through the collectivity of their family seek revenge, and therefore the concept of rehabilitating terrorists and releasing them back into the community is seen by some as being abhorrent. And indeed, in many nations in the world, we still have the death penalty, which I need to point out that I'm a member of the group that advocate for the elimination of the death penalty. So I do point that out to people because that obviously shows a bias in my answer. But when you put terrorism into an historical context and you begin to look backwards at how these people got to A or how they got to B, a classic example is where we now have in some nations a terrorist who is killed in the incident, and the authorities, in their pursuit of their investigation, harass, victimise the family of that terrorist, many of whom might actually be innocent. They create fertile ground in the mind, in the context of the children, the next generation, that the only way to address that abuse of power is to resort to the martyrdom of their father. So in the context of rehabilitation, I think we have to think not only about how we treat the individuals who perpetrate, and I want to emphasise, I find these crimes atrocious, but one wrong doesn't of itself justify the wrongdoing of another person. There is international law that prohibits, for example, the torture. There's international law that protects the civil rights of people who are imprisoned and provide for basic respect of their rights and so on. And we shouldn't sacrifice that law to achieve good for another. And that's why I make the point, by the way of my caveat at the beginning, that I think this debate about victims' rights, in the context that I put it, needs to be understood. The pursuing victims' rights because it is a worthy cause to pursue, not to pursue it as a way of justifying the expansion of the state power, including the power to perpetrate and justify acts against those people who undertake terrorism. So returning to your fundamental question, I believe that there are some people who perpetrate terrorist acts who can be rehabilitated. I know Jill Hicks, the lady who lost both her legs in the bombing of the Tube in London in 2007, paints art that she and runs an international campaign arguing for a greater focus on what we can do to break the cycle of the violence in a meaningful way. And I think she, along with many of her colleagues, will be supportive of the idea that there are some people who can be rehabilitated. My final point of rehabilitation is that some people are also innocent agents of organised criminal activity or organised terrorism, and those people who are innocent agents need to be considered in the context of, so we shouldn't have one uniform response, just as we don't have one uniform response to people who perpetrate conventional crimes. One evil doesn't justify another.
Thank you, sir. So we have a next question from Harshita. Will those who are radicalized into joining terrorist outfits also consider as victims?
Well, there will be some argument that they could, at least in the early stages before they perpetrate their actual acts, they could be considered. At a personal level, I have an African son who at one time was a child militant, and now he's a psychologist who's been, as an adult, who given an opportunity to rehabilitate, an opportunity to reform, an opportunity to give back to society, an opportunity to escape from the pressures that were exerted upon him, including threats against his family as well as against himself, to cause him to behave in a particular manner. I think this is one of the things where, although I said before that transnational criminology and victimology, the division between those disciplines when we focus on social harm, shouldn't be as pronounced. I do think in the area of when it comes to issues of rehabilitation, the issues of intergenerational terrorist activity and so on, that is shifting more towards the domain of the exclusive realm of transnational criminology, and the victimologists running parallel will be considering things such as, what do you do to rehabilitate those people who were victimized? What do you do to address, for example, returning to Jill Hicks or Max Boom in Indonesia? They both have lost both their legs for the rest of their lives. They will require ongoing medical rehabilitative services, and they are fortunate to be in wealthy countries that can afford to provide that type of help. What if these crimes happened in other places? So I know I've not entirely addressed the question, but I do want to return to the fact that I'm a victimologist, not a criminologist. And my view is that, yes, there is a good argument for rehabilitation of perpetrators. Yes, there is a good argument for preventive investment in preventive activities to reduce the risk that people become the terrorists in the future. But I also argue that as a priority consideration, we need to think about what we do to rehabilitate the people who suffer the harm as a consequence of the act. Hopefully that.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. So we have a next question from Ramakanta, which is about the victims of terrorism should get compensation. Please highlight some points on this victim compensation.
Okay. In 1985, the United Nations General Assembly endorsed. Now, I say endorse specifically because over 120 countries supported the United Nations Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime and Abuse of Power. No one voted against it, but several countries abstained. And because it is a declaration, it is soft international law. There is no enforcement provisions in it. It is a pledge by the members of the General Assembly at that point in time to respect 10 fundamental rights that victims will have. Now, among those rights in international law, and this has been replicated in laws, including the Rome Statute and the International Criminal Court, what included in that original declaration is a provision that says that that states have an obligation to provide mechanisms for the victims of crime to attempt to attain restitution from the perpetrator. And where that is unable to be done, or the restitution is unable to be attained, in those situations that involve crimes of violence, so terrorism is a prime example, the state has an obligation to provide compensation. So restitution from the offender is one form of reparation. Reparation includes genuine apologies, acts to show genuine remorse, as well as monetary sums of money paid to help address the harm that has been done. So restitution doesn't always have to be monetary, but where restitution cannot be obtained then there is an obligation on the state. So countries such as India endorse that United Nations declaration. So the national government, as a matter of foreign policy and therefore national policy in our country, there will be state-funded compensation for victims of violent crime and therefore victims of terrorism. The issue from a victimological perspective, however, and I made the point in my presentation, is that the needs of victims of violent crime are not limited to monetary compensation. And while I support providing compensation, I believe that in some circumstances, the focus on that single response is used by the state to militate, to shrink, to reduce its responsibility to provide all the other services that are needed. Like the United Nations in the Handbook on Justice for Victims of Crime identifies a suite or a cluster of 9 different fundamental services that should be available, from crisis intervention to practical material support to informational services, even funding training of people who are delivering assistance to use proper trauma-informed methods. And all of that costs money. My question, going back to my presentation and the presentation by some other people, is are we spending the money we currently spend on counteracting terrorism, on counteracting other things at the expense of addressing the underlying needs, whether that be preventive needs to reduce the risk of victimisation, or in the aftermath of victimisation, address the needs of those people who become victims. And so while the short answer is yes, victims have that right. Yes, nation states have an obligation to provide compensation. The question is that the best remedy in the context of the needs of the people who become victims of terrorism or other forms of international crime in your particular area? Can you afford it when you look at the other priorities?
So may I ask a question?
Yes.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Professor Michael. So
Yes.
this is MS. Sir, may I know what are the legal aids available for victims of terrorism?
Okay.
Legal aid.
Well, okay. So in those countries that adopted the British common law adversarial systems, the victim is relegated to be a witness for the state as the prosecutor. And even in places such as my home state and under federal law in the United States, where victims do have entitlements to legal representation, or in Canada and in Ireland, where victims of sex offences have right to legal counsel, often the legal counsel's role is to be likened to an interpreter, to a translator, to help the victim exercise their rights and to call the authorities, whether it be the police, the prosecution, or in criminal proceedings, the nature of the proceedings, call people account when the victim's right is ignored or not respected. They're not actually considered to be genuine participants. That contrasts with some of the countries that have adopted the mainland European inquisitorial or civil system. In Germany, victims can be co-prosecutors. That's the system which Japan has adopted and integrated since 2009 into its system. So for where the state determines that it is going to initiate a prosecution for a serious criminal offence, then the victim gets standing, and where the victim cannot afford it, the standing of through legal counsel is funded by the state. That does return to the United Nations guidelines on legal aid. The United Nations guidelines on legal aid actually have in it a clause that says that where a victim is entitled to legal counsel, nation states have an obligation to provide funded legal aid for them. But bear in mind that guidelines, they're not binding international law, but there is actually a guideline that says that victims of crime, including victims of terrorism, where the terrorism is outlawed under national law, and a prosecution happens, then victims should be involved. In the United Kingdom at the moment, there is has been an ongoing debate about the extent to which victims should have legal aid in coronial inquests, where they get an opportunity to not only question the underlying causes of their loss, but also to challenge whether the authorities responded in an appropriate way, whether there were things that the authorities did. And in England, there was a question with the attack on London Bridge, because the police were monitoring one of those people, whether the police were negligent in not intervening before the actual act was performed. And does that help? Next.
So
there's someone wants to ask a question. It's a picture of a lady. Asha, I think the name is. I've seen her name come up twice.
Hello, Michael, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, this is Professor Mangoli. Am I audible, Professor Michael?
I can just hear you.
Okay, it's a wonderful presentation. So there is really no doubt that the marriage between criminology and victimology is a very strong bond. There is no question of divorce or separation. Okay, and there is a very strong, a cordial relation between criminology and victimology. The one particular word you have used during your presentation, that terrorism versus militarism. So I would like to ask one question here, that whether the civilian become more victim than terrorism or militarism.
Okay. So let's put that in a proper context. You may recall that I said in my presentation that what was once understood as terrorism was actually violence perpetrated by the state. That it is in a modern context that violence perpetrated by private interests, and sometimes those private interests backhanded funded by states, such as we see happening in the Middle East, that the acts that they perpetrate have now become described as terrorism. You contrast, for example, in the immediate aftermath of the French Revolution, as I mentioned, the terrorism was used then to describe the terror that was inflicted on the common citizens by the government in Paris that had set itself up. So it was about the state abusing its power. Today, terrorism is, particularly in Western discourse, and for example, in the United States, you look at the comments made by George Bush in the immediate aftermath of the attack on the World Trade Center. Terrorism there was about focusing on groups that were advancing an ideology that was seen to be in conflict to the interests of that particular state or that particular group of people. Terrorism is often discussed in popular media in the context of religion. You know, the Christians versus Muslims, for example. If you looked at, for example, Pakistan is the sixth. It used to be the sixth most. I've forgotten the word. Anyway, it rated sixth in the world for the number of incidents of terrorism. There was almost an incident of terrorism every single day in Pakistan. But much of those acts were Muslim against Muslim. They weren't Muslim Christian in the same way that they are. In other words, And there are lots of acts that fit the definitions of terrorism that are happening in Africa at the moment, in Nigeria and elsewhere, that where they fit the construct of the popular Western media, they gain prominence. And with that comes the concept, as I said in my presentation, of who are the ideal victims of this terrorism, who are the perpetrators and who are the sufferers in the context of it. And so militarism is banded around with no real common definition, the same as terrorism is banded around. It tends these days, that from my perspective, that militarism tends to focus on the power of the state, and terrorism on the power of more private interests such as Al-Qaeda and Hamas and other groups, formerly the IRA and others. That, but that reflects the dominance of Western study, Western commentary, and the dominance of the particular states in how they manifest and portray that, and therefore create and conjure up images in those of us who are less informed. I don't think that there is a uniform definition on either of those terms. From the perspective of transnational criminology and victimology, if you can imagine two circles, I went to school in the day when we used to do Venn diagrams, and you would have the two circles come together. For me, my presentation has said to you that whilst we have two unique disciplines, we have, in the context of the social harm that is attributable to international and transnational crime, a common area that brings those two disciplines together in a marriage. And that's the point that I would like for you people to take away from tonight's presentation, is that common area and focus on social harm means that we can learn from both disciplines better ways of addressing not only the wrongdoings, but the harm that those wrongdoings cause. And it's most probably only through a marriage that we're going to get good solution making, while we continue as academics to fight one another and over particular areas of territory. One has to ask, how much different are we really to those people who in reality are having those battles over different areas of territory? I hope that helps.
Thank you, sir.
I should clarify while we're seeing if someone else has another question. I'm not a professor. I'm actually just a common everyday citizen. So I do, but I write in this area as interest, the like. And as pointed out in my introduction, I spent over 12 years as the Commissioner for Victims' Rights, dealing with victims of international as well as conventional crime. You can't help but come away with the learned knowledge and life experiences from those things. There was a person, now I do apologise, on my computer all I can see is a lady hugging a child, and her name, Usha, I think it is, or similar, crops up all the time. So perhaps we could let that person ask a question, because they come up regularly.
I think he is sharing your session with us. He is sharing a professor, that is Arvind Tiwari, Professor Arvind Tiwari, who is sharing the session.
Ah, USHA.
Hi, Professor Michael. Actually, I'm sorry, my internet connection is weak because in Mumbai it is heavily raining, thundering.
Okay, that's
problem.
fine.
I'm not switching off my camera. Okay, video.
Yes, I was. Thank you. I was being polite. I could see this line lighting up all the time, and no one seemed to be inviting you to comment. So I thought I had better, seeing it's my session, take control. Are there any other questions? Because I'm conscious of the time.
I think Professor Michael, because the time is up and we have to wind up now the session.
Yes. Well, I'm more than thankful for that. Not because I dislike your company, but because I have listened to myself for over an hour.
I would like to conclude that it was an excellent session, and you have particularly highlighted the problems and the marriage and technology. In India, now technology is coming up in a very systematic manner, and then particularly the higher justice. So, this is relevant. There are several issues such as legal counseling, rehabilitation of victims, as well as the medical care, etc. However, hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Other people are nodding, so people can hear you.
Yeah. So, you see, this is quite interesting, and we need to work on other areas other than the compensation to the victims of crime and victims of terrorism. So, therefore, I would like to say that criminology and victimology in India really they are being taught and being you see experimented in such a manner that the focus on issues relating to victim is also taken up now by the researchers, by the academicians. So in view of that, your session was excellent and it was quite informative and exciting to all of us. And thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. And on behalf of the organizers and behalf of myself, I would like to thank you for sharing your views on this. Thank you very much. And now I will hand over this to Dr. Swikar Lama. Thank you. Dr. Lama.
Namaste. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Swikar Lama, Organizing Secretary, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. I would like to now propose the vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank the chairperson of our session, Professor Arvind Tiwari, sir, who has given us his time and his inputs. As of now, because we are on a virtual platform, we would just like to present to you a certificate of appreciation on the screen, and this is from both the Indian Society of Criminology and International Society of Criminology. So, Jayesh, please present the certificate on the screen. Now, I would also like to thank our speaker, first of all, Professor Jacob Krizwa, who has given his time and his inputs, a knowledgeable session, and we would like to thank you and also present you a certificate of appreciation from our department, International Society of Criminology and Indian Society of Criminology. And also, I would like to thank our next speaker, Dr. Michael O'Connell, for giving us his time and his valuable inputs on particularly victimology. And we'd like to present you the certificate of appreciation from the Department in the International Society of Criminology and Indian Society of Criminology. I would like to thank all the people who are present out here. We have Professor Dr. Emilio Guiano has joined us, and we have other office bearers of the Indian Society of Criminology, Professor P. Madhav Sundaram, sir, who is the chairman of ISC, Professor Arun Mangodi, who is the vice chairman of ISC, Dr. Syed Umar Atab, Secretary of Indian Society of Criminology, and many other academicians and scholars. Last but not the least, I would like to thank my research scholar Jayesh and the student volunteers Chetan, Sameer, Shashank, Mohit, and Mansi for helping me organize this session. Thank you so much. We will soon join at 6 for the next session. Thank you so much. Before we start the program, the third speaker, Professor Jorge Restrepo, will be joining us at around 7:30 because he had an urgent work. So most likely he's going to join at 7:30. In the meantime, we will start with the session. So I will hand over to my student, Mr. Chetan Upadhyay. So Chetan, please take over and start the program. Okay. Hello, Chetan.
Start, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, one and all. I am Chetan Upadhyay, student of BA in Security Management. On behalf of the Department of Criminology and Police Studies, Sardar Patel University of Police, Security and Criminal Justice, Jodhpur, I heartily welcome you to the fourth session of the International E-Symposium on Supranational Criminology, dealing with international crimes. Without further ado, let me introduce you all to the chairperson and keynote speaker of this session. The chairperson of this session is Professor P. Madhava Soma Sundaram. Professor P. Madhava Soma Sundaram is Professor and Head, Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice, Manognamian Sundarnar University, Tirunelveli, India. He was trained at Harvard University, Boston, USA by the Ministry of Human Resources Development, Government of India under leadership for academics program in 2018. Earlier to the present position, Dr. Madhavan has served as the Head of Division Training, National Institute of Social Defense, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, New Delhi. Was in charge of training of social defense personnel in the whole of India. Prior to that, Dr. Madhavan was the Deputy Director, Academics, Regional Institute of Correctional Administration, South India, and lecturer in Criminology, Regional Institute of Correctional Administration, Vellore. Dr. Madhavan has authored 8 books and 40 articles, papers, chapters in books, editorials, book reviews, project reports, monographs in journals and magazines. In recognition of his contribution in the growth of criminology in India, Dr. Madhavan was conferred the title of Fellow of Indian Society of Criminology by the Indian Society of Criminology for 2001. In the year 2009, he was awarded the ISC Professor S.S. Srivastava Award for Excellence in the Teaching and Research in Criminology in India. In 2015, he was awarded Professor K. Kochikalingam Award for his excellence in victimology for his lifetime contribution to the field of victimology, but by the Indian Society of Victimology. Dr. Madhavan is the chairman of Indian Society of Criminology and Vice Chairman of Indian Society of Victimology, Life Member, Madras Psychology Society, Chennai, and Life Member, Indian Association of Applied Psychology, Chennai. He is also the Vice President of Criminal Justice Forum, Tirunelveli, India. He was also the past General Secretary of the Indian Society of Victimology. We welcome you, sir. The first speaker of this session is Professor Dr. Emilio Biano. Professor Dr. Emilio C. Biano has earned several law degrees from law school in the United Kingdom and in the United States, a master's degree in anthropology from the University of Notre Dame, USA, and a PhD from New York University. He has been a full professor at the American University and at the Washington College of Law for several years, and also in the universities such as, for example, Paris B, Paris H, and Bologna. He is president of the International Society of Criminology, re-elected in Doha, Qatar, October 2019. Currently, he is member of steering committee of Global Forum on Law, Justice and Development, and is one of the leaders of the working group of training and equity for diverse communities, both at the World Bank. Recently, he was principal consultant of the project on prevention and combat of cybercrimes in the legal vice presidency of the World Bank. He also wrote the cybercrime law for the Republic of El Salvador, a project funded by the Inter-American Development Bank. He has received many awards, including 2012, the Hans Wong Henting Medal from the World Society of Victimology, and as a Fulbright Scholar. He was the organizer and president of the program of the 17th, 18th, and 19th World Criminology Congress. He is also a member of Board of Directors of the International Association of Penal Law and the International Society of Social Defense, and a voting member of the International Penal and Penitentiary Foundation. He is on the Harvard University list of the National Security Professor. Professor Dr. Viano has published extensively and is renowned analyst regularly interviewed on CNN, NTN 24, Univision, Telemundo, and various other television, radio, and newspaper stations in the United States and abroad in Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, etc. We welcome you, sir. The second speaker of the session is Professor Dr. Jamil Fopil. Professor Dr. Jamil Fopil has done his PhD in Economics Criminal Law from the Federal University of Pernambuco, Master in Criminal Law from the Federal University of Bahia, Specialist in Criminal Science from the Instituto de Estudios Luis Flavio Jones, Criminal Lawyer and Bachelor of Laws from UFBA. He is member of the Commission of Jurists appointed by the Federal Senate for the revision of the Penal Code. He is also the member of Commission of Jurists appointed by the Federal Senate for the review of the law of criminal executions. He has been awarded with the Legislative Merit Medal Chamber of Deputies 2011. He is professor at the UFBA graduate program, at the Universidad Federal do Para graduate program, at the UFPE graduate program, at the Universidad Sardar graduate program, the post-graduation of Legal Culture Center of Bahia. He is also a professor at LFG Praetorium Espaco Juridico Desportivum Bahia Magistrates School, Escola Superior da Advocacia. He is an honorary member of the Patrons of Prisoners and Executioners of the State of Bahia. He is founding partner of IPIN SP. He is the author of the book, The Function of Penalty in the View of Cross-Roxing, Tax Crimes, Criminological Analysis of Criminal Organizations, from inexistence to the impossibility of conceptualization and manifestation of the criminal law of the enemy, and organizer of the book New Challenge of Criminal Law in Third Millennium, studies in honor of Professor Fernando Santana and Criminal Sciences in the 21st century, the studies in honor of the 180 years of Faculty of Law recipe. Now I hand over the session to Professor P. Madhava Somasundaram and Ms. Mansi Sharma, student of MA MSc in Criminology and Police Studies, will be assisting you in the question and answer session by reading out the questions.
Thank you, gentlemen. Professor Emilio Viano, President of the International Society of Criminology. Professor Gamil Fopel, lawyer and professor. Participants of this two-day international e-conference on supranational and supernatural crimes and related issues. Ladies and gentlemen, as chairman of the Indian Society of Criminology, it gives me great pleasure that the university, Police University is at Jodhpur, is organizing this e-conference in a very grand manner. We have heard yesterday a galaxy of speakers, and we are also in the process of hearing more speakers today. Ladies and gentlemen, terrorism actually thrives on money. If there is no money, probably there will be no terrorism. And once Socrates told us, why does terrorism happens? And he very clearly said, terrorism might happen when equals are treated unequally, or when unequals are treated equally. This was what Socrates told us a few centuries ago. Ladies and gentlemen, if terrorism has to continue like how fire continues because of oxygen, terrorism needs money, not ordinary money, lots and lots of money. And who has got the most amount of money for funding this? Most probably it is the crime syndicates or the organized crimes. And how do organized crimes get this kind of money? By probably doing transnational crimes and supranational national crimes. These are the ways that they get hold of lots of money. And there is a nexus between the thriving of organized crime syndicates and the terrorists. For example, the money which comes out of drugs is somehow rooted back to terrorism, and that is why we call it as narco-terrorism. Yesterday, in my opening remarks at the conference, I said that the money which comes in dealing with old artifacts, India has lost a lot of idols, artifacts taken out of the country, and the United Nations is also worried about it, basically because this money actually is channelized into terrorism. So you have terrorism and they need money, and the money is available through the process of organized crime syndicates. And organized crime syndicates thrive in a country or between countries through the process of corruption. So corruption also plays a very, very important role. India has its own mechanisms to deal with corruption. We have the Central Vigilance Commission, which is a very recent creation by the Parliament of India. Maybe it has been in existence for the last 8 years or 10 years. But the deeper analysis of how corruption continues in India was done by the Santanam Committee in 1962. It is there in the Google. You can download it, have a look. Some of the parliamentarians have worked into it, and they have seen how corruption operates in India. How people, whether they are babus in the executive services, get themselves closer to the powers that be, and how this nexus works together in order to be corrupt. So Santanam Committee actually has given a lot of suggestions which the government in principle has agreed, and CV and the Central Vigilance Commission is one such instrument which we have created. When corruption, organized crime rackets and rings and terrorists join together, I think it will be an explosive situation. And that is precisely what our first speaker today, Professor Emilio Viano, is going to speak to us on. The title that he is going to talk to us is An Unholy Alliance Under the Threat, the Convergence of Terrorism, Organized Crime and Corruption. So this is what is the first speaker going to speak to us about. I have great pleasure in inviting the President of the International Society of Criminology. Sir, we are ready to hear you. We would like you to make your opening remarks on this topic. Thank you.
Sir, please unmute your mic.
The moment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Sundaram, for your introduction. I thought for a moment you were going to steal the wind from my sail, but that's great.
I wouldn't, Professor.
That's fine. And it is a pleasure to meet you and work with you, given the historic links between the Indian Society of Criminology and the International Society of Criminology. And we are very, very pleased to have this opportunity to work together.
The pleasure is ours. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, very good. Let me just find my, just a moment, please. So basically, the major point of my presentation, as you have already so eloquently pointed out, is the growing links between terrorism and organized crime, and the fact that this is impacting international business, international relationship, and that is giving tremendous support to them. So in growing manners and quantities, international organized crime and terrorist groups share composition, organization, operation, roles, and activities. Generally, national security and crime and terrorism experts agree about the elements that have created and supported this worrisome phenomenon. This dynamic began about 30 years ago with the fall of the Soviet Union, and the consequent drop in state sponsorship by the Soviet Union and its allies. This obliged terrorist groups to look for and find other sources for funds and material support. This dynamic grew particularly after September 11, 2001 events, because many countries, including, of course, the United States especially, have attempted to address it, a bit slowed down by the complexity and the novelty of the situation. So several agencies of the American government and other governments have been assigned with pursuing several groups in all regions of the world, stop the flow of funds into their coffers, and to attempt to involve many other nations in counterterrorism efforts. The United States has also applied strong pressure on various countries to stop charities from supporting terrorists financially, and has taken punitive steps for those who have not stopped these activities. As it can be expected, to replace these now missing funds and financial help, terrorist groups have been exploring other sources of financing. Some of them have established in-house criminal capabilities in order to generate revenue. Very often, these branches then connect with organized crime groups to set in motion the money flow that is needed to satisfy financial and operational needs. In some cases, more than others, the financial needs of the terrorist groups take precedence over their political stance and justify these groups either imitating or becoming allies of organized crime outfits that have a demonstrated track record of successfully planning and carrying out illegal cross-border activities for quite some time. This is almost a perfect match. Terrorist groups most often receive help from other parties to facilitate their activities. On the other hand, organized crime groups exist and operate every day to produce revenue by means of criminal operations. In some parts of the world, organized crime is so firmly established, the government is so corrupt that investigation, arrest, and prosecution are simply impossible or at a minimum level, a very secondary preoccupation. However, transnational organized crime does not always obtain the sponsorship of a particular state or territorial protection. Thus, it has had to structure itself virtually in order to exist and operate. This organizational approach constitutes a very good model for terrorist groups characterized by cells, semi-autonomous, that are evolving and loosely defined. Actually, even terrorist groups that are supported by a state, like, for example, Hezbollah, that collects significant subvention, it is said, from Iran, are stepping up their dependence on transnational criminal ventures to sustain their operations and to increase their capacities. Also, abundant income when a terrorist group controls a certain geographical area, like ISIS did for a time over the oil fields and the antiquities of Iraq, can vanish when they lose their territory, as it has happened in grand part indeed with ISIS. The US Drug Enforcement Agency has linked 19 foreign terrorist organizations to the global drug trade and believes that up to 60% of these organizations are connected with illegal narcotics trade. Those outfits are all vying for a piece of one of the most money-making illicit trades on the planet that, according to the UN, produces almost 500 billion annually. The Al-Qaeda Diamond Trail in West Africa is another example of the spread, sophistication, and reach of terrorism financial operations. This nefarious alliance can be readily grasped if we keep in mind that terrorists and traffickers have analogous logistical requirements as to materials and the clandestine movement of goods, people, and money, and having to generate income. Both groups have understood that good relationships between them are very beneficial to both. Trafficking drugs not only produces funds for terrorist organizations, but importantly boosts their strategic objectives. For example, some groups believe that they not only will make money, but by making drugs more easily available in countries that they consider enemies, at the same time they can incapacitate their enemies by inundating their communities with addictive drugs. On the other hand, drug traffickers gain from the terrorists' military knowledge, skills, and fighting experience, access to weapon supply, and connection with covert entities. Additionally, drug traffickers may also substantially enhance their agility of movement when they act along with terrorists who control, in varying degrees, large swaths of territory. Not so much today anymore in the Middle East, but for example, in Central Africa and in other parts of the world. The same dynamics apply to the big migration phenomena that we have and are still witnessing in the Mediterranean, when, let's say, terrorists in Chad, northern Nigeria, neighboring country like the Central African Republic, etc., may be enticing or forcing people to migrate in cooperation with organized crime. The latter, in turn, especially in Libya or other countries, takes care for a hefty fee of their transportation into the European Union, and then also of the welcoming program of housing, food, settlement, winning contracts with the state through fictitious entities, and or counting on corruption, thus generating enormous earnings, allegedly described by the Italian mafia as being much more substantial than moving and selling cocaine. The reported growing and ruthless presence of Nigerian organized crime in Italy, especially controlling both male and female forced prostitution, is an illustration of how this unholy alliance of terrorism and organized crime can manage and control an international project that spans thousands of kilometers, a sea crossing, the logistics of living in a new country. Recall the 270 kidnapped Chibok schoolgirls in northern Nigeria in 2014, and of another 110 schoolgirls in the northeastern county of Dabchi in February 2018. In the latter case, the Muslim schoolgirls, the majority in the group, were returned to their parents following negotiation with the government. The Christian schoolgirls were not, unless they renounced their faith. According to reports, thousands of other girls have been kidnapped from schools, markets, through raids on villages and houses, on public transportation. No doubt, several of them may have been handed over to organized crime for transport to Europe or elsewhere for prostitution purposes. Recent investigation by the Italian police have revealed the presence in Italy of many Nigerian gangs, like the Black Axe, the Vikings, the Buccaneers, the the Mephites. With the arrival of these organized crime groups, the official number of Nigerian women arriving in Italy as refugees has increased dramatically from 1,454 in 2014 to 10,624 in 2017. So a tenfold increase basically in 3 years. According to the International Organization for Migration, 80% of them are forced into prostitution. It is estimated that in Italy alone, up to 30,000 Nigerian women are coerced to prostitute themselves. Many of them are minors. The Nigerian organized crime groups also operate in several other European countries, especially France, Germany, Belgium, and even Russia. The fact that the Nigerian women forced into sex work in Italy are quite young gives credence to the link between terrorist groups kidnapping schoolgirls and organized crime taking over, transporting and controlling them in Europe. The financial proceeds are most likely shared with, let's say, Boko Haram or similar groups. The heavy involvement of Italian organized crime in programs funded by the government and also by the European Union to receive the migrants and resettle them no doubt facilitates and fuels these sordid arrangements. Similar dynamics also existed in the Balkans in the aftermath of the breakup of the former Yugoslavia, and more recently with migration from the Middle East into the European Union. In these cases, terrorists may consider massive immigration into the European Union as weakening the cultural and religious roots of Europe, thus generating a more benign attitude, evaluation, and even acceptance of their views and activities, creating a favorable cover for establishing cells to carry out terrorist activities, as it did happen in many EU countries, especially France and Belgium, sharpening divisions along religious and ethnic lines, and ultimately acquiring considerable political power. There are many other justifications and openings to facilitate and even encourage terrorist organizations to participate in typical organized crime actions as an important source of financial gains, or to search for ties and apportioning with organized crime entities. The most powerful of them is globalization. The increasing globalization we are witnessing facilitates and even forces transformation and convergence by means of fast communication, travel, surveillance, and access to information. The existence and even increasing number of weak or failing states strengthens this penchant. The lack of the rule of law in the past or present or at varying times in areas such as, let's say, Somalia, Kosovo, Afghanistan, and certain other African countries provides the ideal environment for the interfusion of criminal and terrorist networks and activities. Shaking or faltering economies in many of these countries beget corruption and the trafficking of illicit goods, and there is little motivation, ability, and mechanism to counteract organized crime. Terrorist groups who under different circumstances might receive donations or even manage legitimate businesses, as Hamas has done, for example, in the Palestinian territories, in these situations have little or no access to either one. Then trafficking and other types of crime emerge as tempting and almost effortless alternatives. A pervasive criminal adroitness becomes an essential approach to support the organization. The connection between terrorism and organized crime is made easier by the international arms market and the abundant availability, especially of small and light arms that can be either trafficked for money or used in carrying out terror activities. This, for example, takes place very much even here between the United States and Mexico. For example, after the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, great quantities of weapons became available in former Warsaw Pact nations. Many of them were funneled to the illegal arms market. Major lucrative opportunity for a constantly growing arms trade have been and are offered by chronic conflicts in many regions of the world. Examples are the former Yugoslavia, West Africa, East Timor, Central, South, Southwest Asia, Central America, Colombia, and the Middle East. At times, even major countries took part in this. Remember the Iran Contra or the Iran Gate scandals here in the US, for a time covert operation as one of its best examples. The arms trade, providing substantial income for terrorists and organized crime groups, was facilitated by permeable and poorly defended borders and high level of corruptions among police officers, also poorly trained and poorly paid in several areas of the world. The above trends and propitious situations have incentivized groups such as Al-Qaeda and its variants and Hezbollah and others to develop their own in-house criminal abilities. They also branched out and varied their manner of acting. As an example, Hezbollah is particularly specialized in methamphetamine laboratories and in the contraband of cigarettes in the United States and Canada. Al-Qaeda instead has expanded its connection with criminal outfits in Central Asia, especially traffickers in opium in Pakistan and Afghanistan. The same is true of the Taliban. The Colombia's FARC, however, best exemplify the operational link between international organized crime and terrorism. Some terrorist groups also resort to typical white-collar crimes, like swindling people, especially the elderly, out of their money or using stolen credit cards. The FARC's association in Colombia with the narcotics trade advanced from simple taxation to direct control of production and distribution. Financial gains from trafficking made it possible for the FARC to obtain advanced weaponry and telecommunications and to take control of 40% of the area in Colombia in the course of their warfare against the government there. An area where terrorism and crime have found a very attractive opportunity for symbiosis and lucrative gain is maritime piracy. Maritime piracy represents a field where terrorism and crime have an excellent opportunity for partnership and confluence. This has had serious negative repercussions for global military and economic safety. Taking into account the large number of terrorist cells, the strong pre-existing maritime criminality, and the vast sea area with multiple sea lanes, it is not surprising that Indonesia, Bangladesh, Malaysia, India, Somalia, Nigeria are the regions with the highest frequency of maritime piracy attacks. Particularly worrisome is the fact that criminals and terrorists not only steal high-profit cargoes, but can also take control of lethal cargoes, such as chemicals, gas, arms, and specialized dual-use equipment. Especially vulnerable and centrally important are waterways like the Strait of Malacca, the Suez and Panama Canals, or oil commerce intense traffic places like Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura terminal. A successful hijacking and even worse sinking of a ship there would have disastrous repercussions. The enormous tankers that ply these waters are staffed by a minimal crew, 30 or less, and there are no significant armed and trained guards to dissuade raiding pirates. A supertanker sunk in one of these places could unleash major economic problems. Tracking down suspect or hijacked vessels can be a big challenge, especially because the registration and or documentation of ships are not trustworthy due to corrupt and fraudulent practices. Somali pirates have been very active and successful in this business. Al-Shabaab, an Islamist insurgent group based in Somalia, which still constitutes a significant challenge in the area, has profited handsomely from ties with piracy, kidnapping, and other racketeering activities like charcoal, despite a UN ban, and sugar smuggling. Another example of how deeply the lines between crime and terrorism are overlapping has been the kidnapping of Westerners for ransom by the Abu Sayyaf group, also called the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, Philippines province, and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front operating in Mindanao, Philippines. In the United States, terrorist organizations and their factions have designed different mechanisms to generate considerable gains by means of illegal enterprises. Let me give you a couple of examples. For example, in Detroit, Michigan, a follower of Hezbollah was illegally shipping low-tax cigarettes from North Carolina, another state in the Union, for reselling them in high-tax Michigan, with net earnings in the tens of thousands of dollars. A similar scheme was used in North Carolina, where the Lebanese-born brothers Mohammed Youssef Hammoud and Chokhi Hammoud sold cigarettes illegally and then used the earnings to purchase and ship to Hezbollah specialized military equipment like night vision goggles, and mine detection instruments, laser range finders, blasting caps, and other tightly controlled military hardware. This case, according to the FBI, is significant because of the breathtaking organizational depth of sophistication, scope, and reach of this group, their military training, and the ease with which they manipulated the United States financial system. Actually, in the US, when it comes to the amount of consumer expenditures on illegal goods, illegal cigarette smuggling is still second only to narcotics as a source of income, because different states have different taxation on cigarettes. And it is very profitable to move cigarettes from a low tax state to a high tax state without, of course, planning to paying any taxes. The most common and rentable wellspring of earnings for terrorist groups still is, of course, the narcotics industry. They vindicate their criminal activities by underlining the financial exigencies of the organization, and additionally, the destructive impact of narcotics in undermining Western society. As well documented, Hezbollah, for example, is much engaged in the illegal methamphetamine production and distribution. So, for example, this was revealed by the US Drug Enforcement Administration in its Operation Mountain Express, arresting many people. The symbiosis between terrorist groups and organized crime is fueling the worrisome growth in the cultivation and production of opium in Afghanistan. In 2017, there was an 87% increase in production compared to 2016, according to the Afghanistan Opium Survey of UNODC. The most frequently used, most money-making enterprise of organized crime adopted by various terrorist groups is indeed drug trafficking. Groups like the Kosovo Liberation Army, the Islamic Movement of Uzbekistan, Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah have all been quite involved in this area. Moreover, terror organizations have become involved in several types of crime, ranging from minor thievery to excavating and trading so-called conflict or blood diamonds in the African continent, for example, in Liberia, and internationally. There are many organizational and operational parallels and overlaying undertakings between organized crime and terror groups. Both groups generally act rationally. Both would utilize considerable, even excessive violence, the menace of reprisal and revenge, like the mafia often does. Both oftentimes practice kidnappings, assassinations, and extortion. Both generally operate in secret. Sometimes they may operate in friendly territory. Both are antagonistic to the state and the rule of law, especially when the state is the sponsor. For a member to leave either groups as in common, and if it is done, often has fatal consequences for the member leaving. Both constitutes an asymmetrical threat for the US and other countries. Both have leaders and trained operatives in reserve should the group be decapitated by competitors, law enforcement, or the military. Both furnish and support some social and welfare services. Terrorist groups do it much more frequently than organized crime. An example of convergence is the truck bombing of the Embassy of Israel and of the Jewish Cultural Affairs Center in Buenos Aires in 1992 and 1994. They are a valuable illustration of the convergence of terrorism, state support, and the mafia. Iranian-supported Hezbollah members were the material authors. They staged their attack in the Triple Frontier, the region where Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay meet, not far from the Iguazu waterfalls, and known for still being today quite a lawless area. Outfits like Hezbollah, Hamas, Gamal al-Islamiyah have established themselves in the region, well known for illegal activities and markets, and especially for money laundering and trafficking in drugs. According to Argentine intelligence officials, the trucks and explosives utilized in the bombings were acquired as assembled in the Triple Frontier area and then transferred to the capital of Argentina with the help of the criminal network. Both organized crime and terrorist groups can be found and operate in the same outlaw circles, needing and using the same instruments like false identification, false shipping documents, same operators, transportation nets, counter-surveillance. In these dynamics, often it is terrorist outfits starting to launch their income-producing activities that come into contact with organized crime already well-rooted and with stable flows of revenue. This would be, for example, the human trafficking from Africa to Italy and the meeting of terrorist groups with the well-established Sicilian and other types of mafia in Italy. There are other examples of partnership between terrorists and organized crime. A well-known one is the technical assistance provided some years ago, of course, by the Irish Republican Army to the FARC in Colombia to build gas cylinder bombs and other urban warfare tools that have been tested and used in Northern Ireland. Security experts call this a one-off, a temporary, one-time, and one-project alliance designed for a specific operation or need. One fastest growing forms of organized crime and increasingly also of terrorist groups are crimes against intellectual property rights. The most attractive aspect of this type of crime is that it is a low entry cost, a high profit earning, no noisy, no bloody, no public violence, substantial privacy, an extremely attractive field to penetrate. Those involved in this area feel considerably protected from capture and prosecution because they access the dark web anonymously. Also, there has been an example of exchanging narcotics for weapons, which also presupposes the existence and functioning of shared trade routes for firearms and drugs. Examples are in Colombia, but I will not dwell on them in the interest of time. Also, 3 people trying in Hong Kong recently to barter heroin for American Stinger anti-aircraft missiles to be sold to terrorist groups in the Middle East. Terrorist and organized crime groups attempt to cover their tracks, the tracks of their electronic communications, to avoid exposure, arrest, or being eliminated. For example, narcotics traffickers in Colombia were known for using top encryption technology on the market. In fact, it has been said that in recent past, narcotics cartels have more or had more sophisticated equipment than their US and other law enforcement pursuers. Groups such as Al-Qaeda or similar have learned the hard way to avoid the regular utilization of cell and satellite phones, to avoid being located by US surveillance and eliminated. Al-Qaeda and others have even been credited for inventing the save-to-draft technique of messaging to avoid being noticed or intercepted. Actually, in an ulterior operational advance, organized crime groups and terror groups do not need anymore to be in actual contact in order to adopt each other's strategies and operational approaches. Terror groups have adopted, either by choice or necessity, a time-worn structural aspect of organized crime, operating through affiliated operational cells with minimal connection to the leadership and much autonomy. Cell configurations not tightly networked help circumvent police and intelligence detection. This structure also enables a lot of operational flexibility, in stark contrast to the cumbersome procedures imposed by law on law enforcement and intelligence forces. This flexibility makes it possible for terrorists and organized crime groups to begin or stop their operation within a few hours, maintain a safe separation, safe distance within operational and planning cells, transfer and use financial assets quickly and stealthily, and decide in a decentralized manner. This dispersion of power and decision-making also lowers the likelihood of a decapitating wallop that might put the operation out of business. There are, however, diverging directions. Let me touch upon them very briefly. Not all is easy and smooth for criminal and terrorist groups getting together and sharing strategies, tactics, and resources, kumbaya moments. There are major stumbling blocks to reach deeper synergy. First of all, there are considerable cultural, operational, and pragmatic dissimilarities between the two groups. Normally, organized crime groups are not based on religious or ideological tenets, while the very foundation of terrorist groups are religious beliefs and inspiration. For example, a key objective of many terrorist groups is to defenestrate secular and corrupt leaders. The extremist and puritanical regime of the Taliban in Afghanistan, that you may remember, is an example. However, and they are still trying now with the so-called peace negotiations. However, on the other side, the very existence of these corrupt leaders is central to the survival and activities of most organized crime groups. So here we have a clashing agenda, as you can see. There is, of course, potential for confluence between the two camps based on the relative gains for each side from consolidating operations while maintaining operational security. But important differences make it hard to attain a stable, mutually beneficial arrangement. And here is where there are opportunities for penetrating and disabling them by law enforcement. For example, organized crime groups want and need to operate in secrecy, under the radar. They do not look for, they do not seek the limelight. They do not take credit for killing people. Once they find or reach a good fit, they conservatively want to maintain the status quo. They often support the status quo. They are quite conservative politically. They also want to keep the status quo, to keep the system set up to their benefit. On the contrary, terrorists normally want media coverage for maximum impact of their exploits. They take credit, even if at times they don't deserve it, while organized crimes eschew it. Additionally, terrorists often hasten to assert authorship of their action. We did it. We are behind that. While organized crimes do not. They don't speak about it at all. Another major difference is that crime syndicates build, cultivate, and maintain systemic arrangements for illegal transportation. They are regular businesses, bribe or threaten customs officials, politicians, judges, police, intelligence officials. And especially in the case of failed states, in some cases, they even reached some forms of understanding with a host country. It has been said that they have even bought small countries, as it was rumored of some Caribbean islands. However, adopting this modus operandi would be quite risky for Al-Qaeda or Hezbollah or ISIS or other groups operating today and their financiers. They would most likely quickly appear on the radar of law enforcement and intelligence and be targeted. This is especially perilous, taking into account the strong pressure that the US places on other nations to join the global war on terrorism. Many countries that might otherwise turn a blind eye to organized crime, on the contrary, feel compelled to go after terrorists. Another key differential is the reason why, the motive, the incentive. Generally, terrorist groups want to be included politically, are looking for reparation for their grievances or complete regime destruction. Organized crime syndicates instead want favorable business environments, avoiding upheavals and crises. They don't want crisis. They don't want publicity. They want to work quietly and behind the curtain. In other words, ideology, religion, and politics are the bedrock of most terrorist groups, while pure profits spur criminal organization. Another important divergence is that terror groups are more inserted, mimetized into the community. Thus, they blur the difference between terrorist and freedom fighter. This is especially true when the terrorist group is socially engaged in and provides social, educational, or medical services to the community or advocates on its behalf, as some people say of Hamas in the Palestinian territories. In this respect, ironically, terrorist groups can at times vie, compete with the official government for popular support and recognition. Think of Hamas and Al-Fatah and the Palestinian Authority. Organized crime normally does not do that, at least not openly. However, there are some cases when major drug traffickers, for example, have committed some of their earnings to provide needed services for their communities. Pablo Escobar in Colombia, for example, was known to do some of that. He even built a church, for example, its community, and provided medicine and food, etc. Also, terrorist groups are by and large less discriminating about whom is victimized by their activities. They bomb crowded markets, in contrast to organized crime that normally targets specific individuals very carefully, who are identified as a major obstacle to its existence and operations. Examples in southern Italy, in Sicily, in the early 1990s, were the killings of a well-known investigative magistrate, Giovanni Falcone. When he arrived on the island, an enormous bomb exploded on the road from the airport to downtown and killed him and all his followers. Of a top official and government representative who had just taken up his position in Palermo, Sicily, the General Alberto della Chiesa, killed with his wife while they were driving in the city, and of another anti-mafia magistrate, Paolo Borsellino, killed near his mother's house. There is versatility too. Criminal groups may use terrorism as a tactic, while criminal activity may be necessary on a continuous basis for terror groups that do not have sufficient funding. So a tactic versus continuous basis. Consequently, in reality, there exists a stronger probability that terror organizations will become hybrid outfits. Criminal groups instead limit attacks of a terrorist type only if and when needed. Thus, actually, there is a higher likelihood for terror groups of becoming hybrid groups, while criminal groups continue to reserve terrorists only if and when necessary. Even if terrorists and criminals do not join into an alliance, some may mutate into true hybrids. It is important to anticipate this possibility that we will soon see or discover in operation international criminal terrorist cartels that dwarf the Colombian, Mexican, Al-Qaeda's, ISIS, Al-Shabaab, etc. The celebration of the demise of ISIS may be premature. These multinationals could even attain political influence and enough power to take over weak or uncooperative states. The reported secret and silent manipulation of the US 2016 elections and the danger that this may be repeated, vastly influencing voters and exacerbating divisions among Americans, could be used by terror and organized crime hybrids to destabilize and gain control of a country, cause a split and demands for autonomy and independence, and create favorable legal conditions for conducting their nefarious activities. Actually, there have been some colleagues who have researched this and claimed that some of this was going on even in Catalonia, Spain, and their movement for independence. I don't have any proof of that, but some of our colleagues doing research have advanced this hypothesis. Many countries are presently fighting solid threats to their well-being on these two fronts, terrorism and organized crime. Theoretically, since the two are allies or imitate each other, it would be advantageous for governments to evaluate and take into account what we have grasped from fighting each one of them. Actually, though, the peril is constantly fluctuating and mutating. For example, both organized crime and terrorist groups are taking stock from their past blunders, while at the same time probing and testing the latest defense tactics adopted by nations. They are regularly testing the slow, state, and geographically focused responses to their asymmetrical, supple, quickly changing tactics and approaches. While hierarchical governance is used by some terrorist groups, especially those with a military structure, The prevalent structure now is cell-based, local, and amorphous, with considerable power and authority in the hands of autonomous or semi-autonomous groups operating in dozens of countries. This makes it much more difficult to combat these groups. Law enforcement and intelligence agencies are under great pressure to pinpoint and eliminate cell-based and horizontally organized terror, horizontally organized crime franchises. This, however, demands considerably deeper and current local intelligence than what is presently at hand, and a sharper analysis of situations, political and cultural trends, modus operandi, and financing. Unfortunately, the record to date of the efforts of many countries, including the US, aimed at eliminating drug and people trafficking, do not translate easily and well into ways to stop terror groups also involved in the drug trade. I have examples of actual intervention, but I will skip them in the interest of time. I just want to point out how this can become difficult. For example, in Afghanistan, the Americans and the NATO allies have tried, of course, to fight both terrorists and organized crime handling the opium trade. The problem is that there is often a vital link between the two. So it is very difficult, for example, for them to destroy opium fields, because this would turn people who give them information from not giving it to them when they go after the terrorists. I don't know if I'm explaining myself, but it is an interesting example. We don't have time at this moment to go over that. So I will skip all this section in the interest of time and go to conclusion. A major and increasingly strong challenge for democratic ideals and interests and for lasting peace is the destructive symbiosis formed by 1/3 criminal, 1/3 terrorist, and 1/3 corrupt state. Operationally, law enforcement and intelligence officials must become suppler, more resilient, more versatile, in quickly reacting to the increasingly locally based and decentralized tactics used by terrorist groups. According to classical doctrine on international relations, a nation can be seriously menaced only by another sovereign state. But now we have ample evidence that it is not so. What has and is happening in many parts of the world, but especially in the Middle East, Eastern and Southern Europe, some African countries, the Philippines, and others, was and is shocking, worrisome, but also illuminating. We have seen with our own eyes that when terrorists, organized crime, and corruption come together, it is like a hurricane hitting often a weak or failed state. The aftermath and the consequences for the entire world can and will be destabilizing and destructive. We must act wisely, and we must act now. And as criminology, we must bring forth our contributions of research and analysis. The contributions of criminologists to success in this epic struggle are much needed and very much promising. Thank you very much for the invitation and for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Viano. Thank you very much. It was a very, very lucid presentation, clearly explaining all aspects of connection between organized crime and terrorism. You were able to very clearly tell us the link between organized crime and terrorism, and how the corruption plays a catalyst role in order to fire this entire process. Very clearly, you said that how the prostitution ring in Italy is operated by girls who have been taken away from Nigeria and the Balkans. You have also told us about the various facets of crimes that are possible through these organized crimes and the various organizations involved in the process of maintaining this nexus. A small glimpse of how difficult it is for the system to investigate and bring these people to books were also told by you, and maybe to cap it all, you said that the terrorist organization actually seek inclusivity in politics. That is precisely what probably they are there in this business for. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It was very informative. Dr. Lama, does he take the questions now or we wait for a question hour separate?
So it is up to you. Sir, it is up to you.
Professor Viano, let us take the questions now before I call the next speaker.
If you
I
like
may
to.
have a few questions. I throw open the floor. If there are any questions, you may raise. Maybe I will allow about 4 or 5 questions. And if there are more questions, we will wait for the next speaker also and then go ahead. I throw upon the floor. If there are any questions, Dr. Mangoli, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. It's a really very thought-provoking presentation by Emilio. Would like to ask one basic question that how to differentiate between the freedom fighter and the terrorist. Please tell me specifically how we should differentiate between the freedom fighter and the terrorist.
Well, that is the million-dollar question, right? Because very often we say that my freedom fighter is your terrorist, etc. So it is not easy to reply. Definitely, there are at times just causes for taking up arms to defend yourself against an oppressor. The United States history and national glory is based on the American Revolution, which is exactly that. So there are times when it might be justified, but normally terrorism is something different because it implies a structure that is much more oppressive, exploitative, that is very often indiscriminate, as I pointed out, bombing markets, killing innocent men, women, children, elderly, and also trying to infiltrate the government and impose a single view. Terrorists often subscribe to either religious or political or other philosophies that they want to impose on everybody. They are not for democracy or human rights. So I think that there is an enormous difference between the two. At times, of course, the perspective with which we label somebody a terrorist or a freedom fighter depends on our predilections, on our own political affiliation and orientation, and also on other variables like whether we know them or not, whether they are autochthonous and indigenous or foreigners coming in, and so on and so forth. All in all, I think that if you look at the activities of organized crime and terrorists as I described them or try to describe them briefly today, you see that these are not people looking for freedom. These are people looking for money, for power, for oppression, for exploitation. And they do not in any way respect any international treaty, the United Nations, or any other approach to ensuring that human beings are treated with dignity.
Very nicely put, Professor. Thank you. Next
Thank you.
question.
I have one more small question immediately.
One
Definitely,
big
the
question and one small
terrorism.
question.
Yeah, because terrorism, of course, in whatever form or style, it is threat to all the nations of the world. So I would like to know that from where exactly this terrorist organization they are getting arms and ammunition in a very huge form, and who are manufacturing it. Is there any body that who is regulating for the production of manufacturing of arms and ammunition, sir?
See, which I didn't quite catch the beginning of your question. Which country are you referring to?
No, I'm asking that how this terrorist organization or this thing, they are getting arms and ammunitions. Who are manufacturing this, and is there any regulation body for the manufacturing and selling of arms and ammunitions?
Very good question. Thank you. The traffic of arms is universal. Many countries from the US to others participate. Even respectable countries like Sweden sells arms. At times, this is supposedly done legitimately, that is, sold to another country, another government, and that supposedly makes it legitimate. At least it is legal, that's true. And for example, in the US and Mexico case, we have clear evidence that thousands of arms are smuggled or trafficked from the US into Mexico to be used by the drug trafficking cartels. And these are not just, pistols and rifles. They are, warfare type of munitions and arms that can be used by the cartels. Some of them have military forces. I've seen recently photos, pictures of them, and you would say them to be the Mexican army because they have vehicles, uniforms, weapons that are totally similar to the military and totally as powerful. So it is a very profitable market that unfortunately many countries find irresistible in becoming involved in to enrich their earnings on the international markets. There is, of course, a legitimate reason to support one's allies and to strengthen their capability to resist, for example, invasion or attack. We have seen recent examples of one country taking over Crimea, for example, and other threats to Ukraine continuing, for example. We've seen, of course, um, disagreement and possible conflict between India and China on the relationship with their borders in a certain area. I mean, it goes on all over the world that there are disputes and that it is legitimate for a country to be armed sufficiently to defend itself, its citizens, its interests, its history, and its territory. The problem is when this becomes, of course, illegal and underground and favors organized crime and the terrorists. And here is where, unfortunately, corruption comes in. Corruption of many governments. So what happens can be this, and I could give you examples. The US or France or Germany provide arms to a country that asks for them for apparently good reasons. But this country, most often there are small countries and there is often corruption there, in the end is going to sell some of these weapons to organized crime or to terrorism because they cannot resist the attraction of money, particularly because they plan to use it for themselves and not the country. So this is where a lot of the arms being trafficked comes from, you could call, if not legitimate, legal provision of arms to certain countries, but then through the corruption of the government, of the military, of the border customs officials are deviated from their intended use and mission and sold to organized crime, which can be very powerful and influential politically speaking, and also to terrorism. This, I think, is where it comes from. So definitely there are many countries that produce arms and they do it for a profit. Many of them Europeans, the US, others. But the fact that they become used for illegal purposes is at times a second step when they are given to certain government or to certain armies, and then they are trafficked for personal and corrupt gain.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You answered my question. Thank you.
Sir, it may be interesting. It may be interesting for you. Very recently, in one of the southern states in India, they found that they brought a lot of gold through diplomatic bags. And
Yes,
now
sir.
the National Investigation Agency is looking into the connection between the gold which has been smuggled into it, the profit made out of it, and the terror funding. And once they started investigating, they found that a lot of civil servants getting involved, a lot of people who are very, 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 very powerful people getting involved. And also it is leading to the other states as well. Now, not only in one particular state, it has originated, the investigation has originated from one state, but it is slowly going into the other states of India also. So it is very close, very close. Very recently, about a month back, they started the investigation and they were able to make the linkages between the civil servants, the politicians, and a lot of other people, very powerful people involved in it, by through the method of getting gold into the country, selling it, and then funding the terrorism. NIA is at it. Thank you very much. Any more questions, please? Somebody raise
Sir, I would like to ask one. Sir, I would like to ask one question from Emil.
Yes, sir. Yes, Sumaganna.
Sir, sir, just I would like to know, as far as Sutherland definition of criminology, how to react towards this organized crime, and how to control and prevent this type of organized crime in the international level.
Well, it is quite a challenge, in part because indeed of globalization, in part because of what we are benefiting from, technology for communication, transfer of information, money, organization, networking. This is one of the objectives of this webinar, right? So we are taking advantage correctly of this technology, but it can also be used through the deep web by organized crime. And there are powerful interests. And there are some interesting connections, if I may just mention it in passing. We are all experiencing the coronavirus epidemic. Well, coronavirus like SARS and Ebola and HIV have been traced somewhat to our relationship with animals that have transmitted it to humans, in part because of humans penetrating more and more areas where before we wouldn't go because we didn't have the machinery, the technology, the know-how, the drones, and the information. And so there is a zoological, if you want, origin to many of the pandemias that are now presently and maybe in the future impacting humanity. And this is often because of our greed, of our desire to, let's say, eliminate the forest in Indonesia or in Brazil, the Amazon forest, and to make a profit by having, cows being raised there for the meat market internationally, or the palm oil traffic as far as Indonesia, and so on and so forth. So powerful economic interest, our relative increasing wealth that permits more and more of us to live a good life and to have products that before we couldn't afford. Therefore, the demand is growing and becoming very powerful as an element to convince governments to allow that forests be cut down, that the water be polluted, that animals be eliminated, and so on and so forth. So in a way, we can see here what we could call perhaps legitimate reasons for expansion of human activity, going into places we didn't go to before, contact with animals that we didn't have before, and these very destructive illnesses from HIV to SARS to Ebola, now the coronavirus 19, coming into our lives and causing tremendous destruction. In this sense, as you can see, there is a confluence of powerful interests, and it is very, very hard to fight it because in the end, people like, in a sense, to live well, to buy cheap, to consume, to have many things, to have limited need to work, to earn a living. And this often favors organized crime and illegal trafficking because they are the ones who provide this type of goods. Think, for example, again, going to animals and other areas that we criminologists, unfortunately, still do not cover sufficiently. The disappearance of rhinoceros in Africa and other parts of the world, because, as you know, the horn of the rhinoceros is supposed to have aphrodisiac effects on males, particularly, let's say, in China, in traditional Chinese and other Asian countries' medicine. Well, this is illegal now, per se, under United Nations regulation. The US also declared illegal, but it is going on full force. Why? Because there is a demand, and because there are people who have the money to pay for it and to pay inflated prices for it. So these are some of the dynamics that are behind it. It's not all just violence and stealing and oppressing. It is also living well, having money, wanting the best things, and saying, I want it now, as some people sing these days, and I will pay whatever it takes, which means that down the chain, someone is killing a rare animal somewhere else in the world to cut off a part of its body. These are some of the challenges that we are faced with today.
Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So there is a question on YouTube as well. So it is like, could you please talk a little about the main impact of Corona crisis in fragile states, especially regarding the increase of insecurity, corruption, and terrorism?
I think that would be a whole other hour or two. I don't know if Dr. Swikar approves of this change of the agenda, but certainly maybe we can have a webinar pretty soon about it. Thank you for asking, but I think it would take too much time.
Okay. That's it. Any more questions from the YouTube? If you have got any other question which is directly this thing, you can ask it.
No, sir, no questions from YouTube.
Questions
I
from
have a
YouTube. Very
question.
good.
So can I ask one question?
Please.
So thank you, sir. So we have a question like we know that somehow terrorism is thrive on religion only. I won't name particularly, but so my question is that is there any chance or that religion can also helping in preventing the terrorism?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We need religion to fight terrorism because most religions are per se and can be interpreted as an origin of coexistence, mutual respect, and peace. The problem is that religions at times become competitive. They want to have membership because this means importance, power, even revenues, and therefore they may compete with others, and competition at times means also not only hostility but also disparaging the other religion. But I think personally that this would be one of the major developments, positive developments in the world today, if besides all the counterintelligence, military interventions, spying drones, and all sorts of machinery and equipment, we were to encourage and obtain successfully the cooperation of the major religions in the world to fight terrorism and to find a way to stress the basic human rights, which are in the essence respect, acceptance, tolerance, and valuing others, which is, in my opinion, the basis of all the major religions that we know of. They all value very much human beings and our being together on a journey on this earth. So I agree with you. Religion can be a very important tool. It has been at times used already in the sense of religious organizations working together, cooperating, and also trying to intervene when necessary. We go back even to the Middle Ages when there were similar efforts because there was banditry, particularly on the high seas, even then, piracy. Well, let's all work in this direction. This webinar assembled people of many different religions, cultures, ages, understanding. I think that we should also, whether we are believers or not, try to promote that religion become involved in a positive way, in a positive direction, and condemn any ultra religious pronouncements that try to establish a faith as the only true one or the only one that should be supported by the government or the only one that should have sway in a country and in international bodies.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Emilio Viano, for your very clear presentation, and not only the presentation but the questions that you have answered subsequently. I think we will stop here for now. Maybe probably we will, if there is time at the end of the next presentation, we may have a few more questions. Friends, I have great pleasure in inviting the next speaker, Professor Gamil Fopel, who is a lawyer and a professor. He has been introduced to you earlier. So we have with us today, and the title that he is going to speak to us today is on transnational crimes in Latin America. This is the title with which he is going to address us today. Professor Gamil Fopel, for you. Professor, it's your stage.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Professor Sundaran. Thank you for the invitation, Professor Lama and Professor Emilio Viano. My compliments to all those present, to everyone involved in this meeting. I really appreciate the invitation. My presentation will not be to defend a specific dogmatic thesis. On the other hand, I intend to present to you to all the main changes that have occurred in the Brazilian Penal Code since that arises for the context of fighting corruption and organized crime. In fact, everything of the Brazilian Penal Code has been changed to combat the organized crime in Latin America. Since as the Operation Lava Jato, everything is going different in Brazil. A law that brings many humanistic advances and, on the other hand, regresses on several points. I refer the law 13964, denominated to the anti-crime package, which represents, to some extent, the so-called emergency criminal law. With its approval by the National Congress, several legal statutes in Brazil underwent significant changes. The first point, the legitimate defense. The legitimate defense, everyone here knows, is the cause legal excuse that covers up the conduct of repelling from himself or others an unjust aggression, current or imminent. In this case, there is an unjust aggression which makes the conduct that seeks to neutralize such aggression lawful. According to Giuseppe Maria Becciol, an Italian politician and jurist, it's a natural requirement to foresee self-defense as excluding illegality. As the state cannot always guarantee the safety of the citizens, it needs to allow them to defend themselves against unjust aggression if there is no other way to save themselves. The Penal Code of Brazil deals with self-defense in Article 25. According to the article, and intend himself who, using the necessary means moderately, repels unjust aggression, current or imminent to himself or others. Law 13964 insert the sole paragraph to Article 25 of the Penal Code as follows, single paragraph. Observing the requirements foreseen in the caput of the article, it is also considered in legitimate defense the public security agent who repels aggression or risk of aggression to the victim held hostage during the practice of crimes. We tried to highlight a situation for eminently political regions that was obviously already covered by self-defense, which takes shape just when there is a need to repel unjust aggression, current or imminent, to the rights of others. Let's go to the next point, which has also undergone some change, execution of a fine. The fine in Brazil has been changed for international cooperation because the Lava Jato, the supposed crimes in Lava Jato has occurred in many countries. So during the role of follow the money for organized crime, financial organized crime, they changed the fine, the guilty of fine in Brazil. The Brazilian Penal Code deals with the enforcement of the fine in Article 15. The fine must be paid within 10 days after the sentence has become final. At the convicted request, and depending on the circumstances, the judge may allow payment to be made in monthly installments. The fine be charged by discounting the sentenced person's salary or salary when applied in isolation, applied cumulatively with restrictive penalty of rights, granted the conditional suspensions of the sentence. The discount should not apply to the resources that are essential for the maintenance of the convict and his family. The law of penal execution, in turn, addresses the theme in the Article 164. Once the condemnatory sentence certificate has been passed with res judicata, which will be valid as a judicial enforcement order, the public prosecutor's office will request in separate documents the summons of the convicted to, within 10 days, pay the fine or appoint assets to be attached. Once the term has elapsed without payment of the fine or the deposit of the respective amounts, as many assets as are sufficient to guarantee the execution will be seized. The appointment of assets for attachment and subsequent execution will follow the provisions of the civil procedure law. Given the difference between the provisions, it has prevailed that the deadline for payment is the Article 164 of the LAP, which forensics is beginning only after the summons of the convicted person to pay the amount or to fine or to appoint assets to be attached. It's important to note that the topic underwent a major change with the law 9268, which, giving new wording of the Article 51 of the Penal Code, started to determine the treatment of the fine imposed by final judgment as debt value of the public financial. In Brazil, it's not possible to go to the prison to arrest somebody because the person don't pay the guilty of fine. The current wording was given by law 13964 on December 24, which now provides for the jurisdiction of the Criminal Execution Court. The Supreme Court of Brazil decided on August 13, modifying at its own understanding that the legitimacy to collect the fine penalty is the public prosecutor's office, without prejudice in the alternative to the public treasurer to promote its execution. Just a detail, in the Lava Jato investigation, the public prosecutor in Brazil has recuperated something like 7 billion reais. The court, by majority, resolved the question of order in order to establish the legitimacy of the public prosecutor's office to propose the collection of a fine, with the subsidiary possibility to collect by the public treasurer under the terms of the reporter's vote, overcoming ministers Marco Aurelio and Edson Fachin. However, even after changing the understanding of the STF, the STJ has decided in the opposite way. It's another court in Brazil. To tackle the more complex issue, Law 13964 modified Article 51 of the Penal Code, providing that enforcement should take place in the Criminal Execution Court, with scenes to reinforce the legitimacy of the public prosecutor's office and remove that of the prosecutor's office on the farm. This is widely discussed in Brazil about whether the fine penalty should be carried out by the Public Prosecutor's Office at the Attorney's Office. Next point, limiting of serving time. In Brazil, when we are going to study the corruption was Lava Jato's investigation, there are some guilties of almost 200 years and 300 years, but there is a limit in the Code Penal. There was a limit in the Code Penal with 30 years. So there is another change in the Penal Code to improve, to combat corruption in Brazil. The penalties of improvement and the detention has their limits established in the Article 75 of the Penal Code, which had the following word: the length of time spent in custody may not exceed 30 years. It was the last word of the Penal Code. Thus, the limit set by the law was 30 years for imprisonment and detention. It's a constitutional requirement, given the prohibition of perpetual penalties under the terms of the Article 5, paragraph B of the major law. Law 13964 on December 24 modified the word of the caput and the first paragraph of Article 75 for the Penal Code to change the limit for 30 to 40 years. According to the new wording of the Article 75, the length of the time spent in custody may not exceed 40 years. The new redaction is when the agent is sentenced to deprivation of liberty whose sum is greater than 40 years, they must be untried to meet the maximum limit of this article. The change was expected by several panelists, given the change in life expectancy since the 30-year limit was fixed, and there is no need to talk about violating the prohibition of life sentences. Care is taken to adapt this rule, given the change in social reality within the limits allowed by the Constitution. Therefore, with the legislative modification, the limit set by the law becomes 40 years for the penalties of imprisonment and detention. And if there are penalties in amount greater than the maximum, they must be unified by the enforcement judge, adapting them to the ceiling. However, penalties should be considered as a whole, without cutting the 40-year ceiling, for the purpose of the calculation the benefits of criminal execution, such as regime progression, temporary exits, pardons, commutations, and conditional release. It should be noted that the modified limit can only be applied to crimes committed after the entry in force of the law 13964, and it's a later criminal law that harms the defendant. Next point, conditional release. Conditional release is the benefit of early release of the debtor by fulfilling certain conditions. Its legal nature, according to the prevalent understanding, is that of the accused's subjective right. Resocialization is sought enable the executed who exhibit good prison behavior to be released early and during the remainder of the sentence must behave in such a way as not to have the beneficent revoked and fulfill certain conditions. It is regulated by the Article 83 of the Penal Code, which reads as follows: the judge may grant conditional release for the person sentenced to a deprivation of liberty equal or greater than 2 years, provided that 1. Served more than a third of a sentence in the conviction person is not a repeat offender and has a good record. More than half fulfilled in the convict is a repeated offender. Third, proven good behavior during the execution of the sentence, failure to commit a serious offense in the last 12 months, good performance in work assigned to him, and ability to provide for the own grow subsistence for honest work, has repaired, unless it's impossible to do so, the damage caused by the infraction, more than 2/3 for the sentences served in case of convictions of heinous crime, torture, illicit trafficking, and narcotics and related drugs, trafficking in persons, and terrorism, and the convict is not a specific repeat offender in this crime of this nature. It should be noted that Article 83 was modified and it's by law 13964 and is appropriate to compare both wording. Before law 13964, it was necessary to prove satisfactory behavior during the execution of sentence, good performance in the work that was assigned, and the ability to provide their own subsistence through honest work. As the new law, it says, it's necessary to prove good behavior during the execution of the sentence, failure to commit a serious fault in the last 12 months, good performance in the work assigned to do it, and ability to provide for themselves through honest work. Therefore, conditional release is applicable in case of deprivation of liberty equal or greater than 2 years. It's necessary that your good behavior has been proven during the execution of the sentence. Failure to commit a serious misconduct in the last 12 months. The good performance in the work assigned to him and to ability to provide for himself through honest work. It's also required that the defendant has repaired the damage unless proven impossible to do so. In the case of a person convicted of a felony committed with violence of a serious threat to the person, the granting of the benefit is subject to demonstration of the executed person's conditions that lead the presumption that he will not commit again. The judge may, for the purpose, determine the performance of a criminological examination. Finally, in this case, a certain length of time is required, that is, a certain fraction of the custodial sentence imposed on the convict. In the case of a non-repeat offender is a felony and a good record, the lapse is 1/3. In the case of a convict who is repeat offender, the fraction is half the penalty. Finally, in case of those convicted of heinous or similar crime, drug trafficking, torture, or terrorism, it's human trafficking, the fraction is 2/3 as long as they are not a specific repeat offender. It should also be mentioned that the law 13964, by modifying Article 112, Item 6, Paragraph A and Item 8 of the Criminal Execution Law, began to prohibit conditional release for those convicted of heinous or similar crime with death result. Article 2(9) of Law 12850, introduced by the Law 13964, has now prohibited conditional release for those convicted expressly in a sentence of being part of a criminal organization or for a crime committed from a criminal organization. Is there evidence that indicates the maintenance of the associative bond? Loss of proceeds or profits from crimes. Although there has not yet been a doctrinal discussion, it appears that Article 91A added by the law 13964 of December 24, brought more changes of special effects in the sentence. Let's see its writing. The new Article 91A, something new of the follow the money in criminal organization in Brazil. In the event of conviction for infractions to which the law imposes a maximum penalty of more or than 6 years of imprisonment, the loss as product or benefit of the crime of the assets corresponding to the difference between the value of the condemned property and that is compatible with your lawful income. For the purpose of the loss provided for in the caption of the article, the property of the convicted person is understood to be all assets of this title or of this relation to which has the domain and the direct or indirect benefit of the date of the criminal offense are received later and transferred to third parties free or charged or by means of negligible consideration from the beginning of the criminal activity. The convicted person may demonstrate the non-existence of the incompatibility of the legal origin for the patrimony. The loss provided for in this article must be expressly requested by the public ministry when the complaint is offered with an indication of the difference found. If the condemnatory sentence, the judge must declare the amount of the difference found and specify the assets whose loss is decreed. The instruments used for the practice of crimes by criminal organizations and militias must be declared lost in favor of the union of the state, depending on the justice where the criminal action is proceeding, even if they do not endanger the safety of people, morals, or public orders, nor offers a serious risk of being used to commit new crimes. The legislator restricted the application of the rules, including by law 13964, to crimes whose maximum penalty is greater than 6 years in prison. Therefore, the loss of a property based on the Article 91A of the Penal Code is not applicable in all crimes. The loss is decreed based on the existence of the proceeds or profit from the crime. The idea is to reach the convicted's property without requiring proof, and it's arise directly for the criminal activity of or derives from it by converting the property profit. In this case, the legislator only requires the demonstrate that convict has assets incompatible with those that could have been collected with his lawful income. For such a comparison, the code determines the consideration of the assets owned by the agent and those over which he has the domain and the direct or indirect benefit, both of the date of the infraction and after it's committed, that is, this good received after the date of the offense. The assets of the agent are also those that are transferred to third parties free of a charge or through a negligible consideration as a simulated purchase and sale business in which the price only serves to hide the free natural alienation from the beginning of criminal activity. I understand that in this point, we must consider the beginning of the execution acts when the agent can already be punished for the offense as an attempt. The second paragraph of Article 92A of the Penal Code allows the convicted person to demonstrate that property is compatible with his or her lawful income, which avoid this effect of the conviction. It also makes it possible for the convicted person to demonstrate the lawful origin of the property, such as a donation for a family member or the receipt of an inheritance. In the sentence, the judge must declare the difference effectively determined after the exercise of the adversary and ample defense with the specification of the assets that will have the decreed loss. Finally, the fifth paragraph of Article 91A of the Code provided for a specific role for the instruments used to commit crimes by criminal organizations and militias. In this case, they will be declared lost in favor of the union or the state, depending of the just where the criminal action is being processed. It's also specified that must be a loss even if such instruments do not endanger people's safety, morals, or public orders, nor do they pose a serious risk of being used for the commission of new crimes. Although there is no mention of whether this effect is automatic or not, the wording indicates the need for a court order in addition to prediction begin in article that mentions the need for determination in the sentence. I understand there is also a case of a non-automatic effect which must be decreed by the judge expressively. So there was the change, there were the changes of the legislation of Brazil, most of all motivated by corruption and organized crime for international cooperation. And this, I'm going to the end, I'm almost in the end. And the conclusion is the penalty in the form of the capture was imprisonment from 2 to 8 years and fine. There was clear disproportionate with the penalty for passive corruption, in which the agent's conduct is less serious of the maximum penalty reached 12 years, which at the event of law 13964, the penalty changed for 2 to 12 years of imprisonment and a fine, which, since it's more serious amendment, only applies to crimes committed after the beginning of this effectiveness. We therefore end all considerations regarding the change brought about by the anti-crime package in Brazilian criminal law. I thank you for the invitation and gave the floor for the event organizer. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Patel, for a very, very lucid presentation on the various aspects of Latin American Indian Penal Code. Not only a drone's eye view of the Penal Code of Latin America, but also the various criminal procedures which have been adopted there, including fine, conditional release, and other aspects of the procedures that are adopted, especially in the tight focus of what we are discussing today on crime syndicates and organized crimes. So I think that was a very good presentation. Regarding the questions, I think we will go to the next speaker, and then we will have the questions together because the topic is the same: transnational crimes in Latin America. Next speaker has also joined us, so we will go through the entire process of listening to the next speaker, and then probably we will take up the questions together. Having said that, may I now request Upadhyaya to introduce the next speaker, and then I will invite him. Before inviting him, I would like Upadhyaya to introduce the next speaker. Dr. George A. Restrepo.
Chetan, hello. Good morning. Hello, Chetan.
Chetan?
Professor Restrepo has joined us. He is our next speaker. Professor George Restrepo is the Director of Conflict Analysis Resources Center and Associate Professor of Economics at the Pontificia Universidad Javeriana, Colombia. His research focuses on the analysis of armed conflict and violence and their impact on development. His analysis and opinion appear in the English language and Spanish language media on issues of regional security, citizen security, violence, organized crime, and conflict. Among other issues of public economy, he is also a radio analyst. He is a doctor in economics from Royal Holloway University of London, where he also completed a master's in economics and a postgraduate degree in teaching of higher education. He advanced graduate studies in economics at the University of Cambridge and undergraduate in economics at the Pontificia Universidad Javeriana.
I have great pleasure in inviting Professor Dr. Restrepo. Dr. Restrepo, because you are just joining, I think you are you are looking very fresh, and we are very we are very happily waiting for you for your talk. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure in requesting Dr. George A. Restrepo to make his presentation now.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's a honor and a pleasure to be with you, sharing some thoughts about this important issue for everyone in Latin America, as we are basically the region in the world where there is the largest number of people affected by armed violence, especially by lethal forms of armed violence. And basically, what I will suggest is that this is the most significant evidence that we can get that organized crime in Latin America has a very good health in terms of the way it proceeds in Latin America. Thank you very much again for the invitation, for hearing me. Then I will basically mention several small points of view. I will try to be brief. Most of them come precisely from the economic side of it. And in that sense, I will have to say that I'm a little bit alien to the world of international and criminal law and human rights law. Then I'm sorry if I make any mistake or imprecision in terms of the scarce legal knowledge that I will have. But my points, as I say, will come more from the social sciences and the humanities point. And the first point that I would like to make is that one that organized, and especially transnational criminal organizations that has taken hold in Latin America, they currently have very good health. They prosper and have spread enormously in Latin America. They exert violence, but they have become much more discriminating in the use of violence. Nevertheless, that has not led to a reduction of violence that is so significant. Latin America is still continues to be one of the regions of the world, of their region of the world, where with the largest number of homicides, either both in absolute terms in the level of homicides and in terms of its rates. Most of that is explained by homicides occurring in Venezuela, Brazil, Salvador, even Mexico, Guatemala, and Colombia, the country where I'm speaking from today to you, that still, despite insignificant reductions in its levels of armed violence, lethal armed violence, and homicidal violence, still contributes with a significant number of people killed every year. And my contention, and this is a hypothesis, is that it is not only armed violence, but homicidal violence linked to organized crime. How do you contrast that with my previous assertion that organized criminal or transnational criminal organizations has become more specialized in the sense and more selective in the use of violence? Well, because the speed of adaptiveness, the capacity to adapt of these organizations to law enforcement agencies and to policies that try to counteract them is it's very rapid, it's very fast. And that is my second or my third contention, which is that transnational organized crime has a very large capacity to adapt. Not necessarily those organizations are organizations that adopt violent tactics to respond to law enforcement efforts or to criminal justice efforts to challenge them. They I will say are much more adaptive organizations in that sense, but they need to continue to use armed violence as a means to resolve disputes, as a means to force the communities that they require to force the communities to provide the support services that they required for the criminal ventures to continue to success and to continue unabated. And they also adapt in using formal firms and organizations of the formal economy, I mean, to provide the services that they also require to success, for its success. Then those different strands of adaptiveness, continue of using of violence, but by selective means, the continue of use of violence to take hold of the communities and to maintain subjugated communities to provide the support that they need, but also the use of formal economy firms and networks in order to maintain its success, that it's part of that adaptiveness of these organizations. And I have to add to that the use of corruption. I think that over the past 12, 15 years, we have seen an enormous increase, if you can call it that way, use of the formal economy networks and the use of official budgets, the governmental budgets, and relationships with government officials for corruption. What I meant to say is that a relatively recent trend in transnational organized crime that you can see in Latin America, from Mexico to Argentina, in every country of Latin America, is the use of what we call here in Latin America as corruption, as part of organized crime. It's like the new and most profitable venture that criminal organizations, in particular transnational criminal organizations, have been used in the past. And it takes different forms. It takes the form of influencing a tender process and criminal investment processes. It also takes the form of co-opting and capturing rents and public expenditure, for example, in the health services sector, in education sector. I'm going to refer to several examples of that. By my contention is that organized crime, in particular transnational networks of organized crime, have become prevalent in Latin America, especially by the use of corruption sectors. Then we have examples, for example, of the use of unions related to the education sector in Mexico, Guatemala, in terms of corrupting the education sector. unions that basically are the form of organization of labor in Mexico. We have seen also important transnational corruption sectors with transnational linkages here in Colombia, capturing rents from corruption of health public expenditure. We have seen, very many cases like the Odebrecht case and Camargo Correa cases, these two large firms, Brazilian-originated firms that establish large networks of transnational corruption in Latin America through tender processes and especially by using tactics for challenge competition and to reduce competition. And we have seen several Spanish-originated firms that also have become embroiled in large scandals of corruption of Latin America. And take into account that one very important form of transnational organized crime or need of transnational crime there is the use of even more and increasingly sophisticated forms of money laundering. And the person that was talking before me talked a lot about those tactics in terms of the disposition of corrupt and criminal assets. Now, what I have to say also, and this is a very important point that I will have to mention on this, has to do with the issue of increasingly sophisticated techniques for money laundering. On that, I will say that has been even more important over the past few years, the use of new techniques for laundering money. On that, the investments on land, real estate has been important. The use of new places for banking. I think one can study from the money laundering adaptive techniques, the cases of the Spaniard firms linked to transnational organized crime in Latin America, because they have been exposed to use even more interesting elements. One additional trend that I would like to mention is that I will say that transnational organized crime has become less national in Latin America. In the past, we used to refer to this or that organization by its place of origin. And of course, those organizations that we refer to, like the Medellin cartel or the Cali cartel, then later the Urabeños here in Colombia, the Zetas in Guatemala, and so very many different transnational criminal organizations that were defined by local or national origins have yield its place, have been surpassed by organizations that have learned from that and have become much more transnational and less defined by these networks of solidarity, if you can call it, or by complicity defined by the origin where they became and grew. Nowadays, these organizations are much more specialized, as I mentioned, and that allows them to spread in very specialized way in terms of national organizations, international, transnational organizations. You can find a criminal organization group that will do the banking in certain jurisdictions in Europe. They have strong linkages, for example, with distribution linkages with Italian or Russian criminal organizations. They procure illegal drugs here in Colombia or in Mexico, methamphetamines in Mexico or cocaine in Colombia, and they obtain or use logistics routes from through Africa or through Venezuela. when not through Brazil or East Africa or West Africa, then they are increasingly complex and sophisticated criminal organizations in which the specialization has led to less vertical integration. And in that sense, they become much more difficult to challenge. Finally, I will say that these organizations, and another trend, which I think it is dominant, is that they are less defined by certain criminal activities. They're much more than drugs, much more than illegal drugs. They basically try to be guided by value-added techniques, if you wish. They use sophisticated finance managerial techniques or finance management techniques, in the sense that they are guided by value added. Then, when they spot through plusvalia, that they can capture rents, for example, in terms of local corruption by government officials, by increasing the value of land, then they become interested in that. When it is not that, it's sports. When it is not that, it's health expenditure. They can move to customs, to create parallel customs, like the criminal organizations that were exposed by the criminal investigative UN-sponsored criminal investigated organization in Guatemala that basically created a parallel custom and excise collection regime there, in which the former president of Guatemala was involved. Then they even become, in a form, a para-state, a parallel state for the collection of rents and to try to capture taxation rents away from the state. I insist, they are much more than drugs, and they are guided by the possibility of capturing value added. All this to say that what we require in Latin America is a new set of policies. Those set of policies to challenge and to tackle transnational organized crime need to be guided by different sets than the one of criteria, than the one that we have been using until now in Latin America, that have proven to be at least insufficient to stop the growing of these organizations, or to at least stop the use of communities, the youth, by these organizations. And I reckon we need to consider several criteria for that set of policies. First, I reckon we need to address the challenges posed by these organizations in a multilateral manner. I reckon we need to make another push for multilateral forms of addressing the challenges that transnational organized crime is imposing to Latin America and the countries that are affected by transnational connected Latin American crime. Second, I reckon it needs to be guided by evidence and effectiveness. And I mention these two words together because in general, I will describe that criminal justice systems and the policies to tackle criminal violence and criminal groups in Latin America have been guided by traditional law or non-traditional law criteria, rights-based criteria, and the way that law has evolved in Latin America has guided our policies to tackle transnational crime. I reckon what we need to do is to add criteria coming out from evidence and effectiveness in the form of what works for tackling transnational criminal violence. We need to study the forms of policing, gathering evidence, prosecuting these organizations. And very important to take into account, this is really important for Latin America, take into account what works for reducing armed violence, or at least to consider what works for not increasing organized violence, in the sense that as these criminal organizations use violence to resolve violently disputes over rents, we need at least to consider what happens when criminal justice authorities and police authorities challenge one of these organizations, what type of disputes that can create and how that can affect the communities and the people affected by our violence in Latin America. Of course, that not to say that we need to substitute law-based principles for tackling organized crime, but I reckon all these challenges posed by the evolution of organized crime in Latin America require defining new policies, different policies that consider at least other criteria, of which I refer very few. And with that, I will stop here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, I think we have almost crossed by about 6 minutes to the valedictory function, but I think we can have one or two quick questions. If there are any quick questions, you will have to tell us which speaker you are addressing, and we will take about 2-3 questions before we proceed. Is it okay, Dr. Speaker?
I have a question for Professor Patel, the one for Mr. Restrepo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, for Mr. Poppo, the Lava Jato operation in Brazil led to the creation of a task force, if I am not wrong, that included the federal police, the federal prosecutors, the Ministry of Justice, something that was never done before, if I'm right, in Brazil. And I wanted to ask you if you could give us an assessment of how this cooperation between different branches that supposedly are working, of course, in the same direction, worked out, and what were the improvements in the detection and prosecution of white-collar crimes as an effect of creating this Lava Jato task force in Brazil.
Question to Dr. Popal.
For Dr. Restrepo, I would like for you to address a little bit the issue of resistance to fighting corruption, using particularly the Guatemalan special UN prosecutor that supposedly was having a commission in Guatemala to fight corruption, and that was basically encountered tremendous difficulties, and I believe recently was expelled or similar from the country.
Professor Viana, thank you for the question. In fact, the Lava Jato operation is the biggest task force in Brazil, but there were other task force before. Obviously, is the most important task force in Brazil, but now they become to have some problems into the public ministry. The Lava Jato in Curitiba don't want to to divide information with the chief of the Ministério Público of the Union. And this case is in Supremo Tribunal Federal, the most important court in Brazil. The minister president sent an order to the Lava Jato in Curitiba, in Paraná, inform everything they were doing to the chief. of the public ministry, but another minister, the Minister Faquin, has canceled this order. So into the public ministry, there are evident problems of communication, of cooperation, of organization. There are many things wrong. There is an apparel called Guardião that people use to record telephones, to record emails, and two of these wallets of Guardian has disappeared into the Ministério Público of Curitiba, no Paraná. So there are many things in Xbook without any explanations, and everybody knows that there are problems into the Ministério Público and into the federal police in Brazil. In Brazil, we begin to make something issue, something collaboration in procedure since 7 or 8 years ago, and the police begins to make some things, to make contracts in these investigations, despite of the participation of the public ministry. So, although there is a task force, in fact, there are many problems of this organization of this. Okay, thank you, Mr. Viano.
Also, please unmute your mic.
Yeah, I haven't realized that it was muted. But what I was going to refer is to this very interesting question about the CICIG, the Comisión para la Impunidad y la Lucha contra el Crimen en Guatemala, the UN the UN sponsored commission. I reckon that one can see it both ways as a case of success, extremely successful commission that led to that resistance by criminal organizations that were able to actually end the mandate of that commission. And I reckon that the same has happened in other countries in Latin America, including Colombia. I reckon the success on the case of the CICIG comes from the use of good investigative techniques. I mean, to tackle transnational organized crime, you need more, not only good judges and good laws, but you need to have very strong investigative bodies, sufficiently well paid, technically prepared, and with sufficient capacities for investigation. You also require the support of society. In criminal investigation is plagued by conflicts of interest, because as transnational criminal organizations have been able to successfully infiltrate the state in Latin America, in state bodies, not only governmental bodies, but for example, the courts, the prosecutors, the procuradurías, as they call them here in Latin America, and the police, obviously. Then one of the needs that you need to do is to go for the specialized, independent, isolated bodies. And on that, international cooperation is extremely useful. The successes to tackle criminal organizations in Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Guatemala, Honduras, for example, would have been successful without international cooperation. And the point of international cooperation is not only to provide capacities, but also to reduce the conflicts of interest by providing overseeing capacity. just recently, to give an example of that, here in Colombia, there was discovered a scandal, several criminal practices by criminal organized groups inside the Colombian armed forces, related with illegal arms sales to criminal organization groups. And this network, this criminal organization that was transnational, was headed by one very high-ranking general of the Colombian army. And recently, Senator Patrick Leahy of the United States, he introduced into a procurement bill a disposition that will make the United States government to provide an overseeing capacity for military cooperation to Colombia, to law enforcement agencies of Colombia. And that conditionality could be very useful in terms of breaking up those conflicts of interest, to break up the forms and methods that transnational criminal organizations have to be able to corrupt the state and to extend in the Colombian society. Then I would say international cooperation is critical. Investigative capacities are very useful and need to be the point of entry and need to receive a lot of support. And finally, I will say that the support of society is a requirement for the success of these international cooperation bodies. Without the support of a wide support of society, political parties, large organizations of firms and entrepreneurs, and the support of international investors, even the church and different forms of civil society, there is no nationwide effort that will be successful to tackle international or transnational criminal organizations.
Thank you to both of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any one or two more questions? Can we have?
Yes, sir. I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much for the speakers for sharing. I just have a question, that is, can the restorative justice system be applied to the solution of organized or transnational crimes?
The question is addressed to?
To anyone can.
Yeah. The question is this: can restorative justice be applied to transnational crimes? Anyone can address.
Sorry, I couldn't understand very well the question.
Whether restorative justice system can be applied to the
I see.
transnational crimes.
Very interesting. If I can say so, it's just a very small assertion, which is that in Latin America, we are extremely, we have not gone enough in terms of taking a victimology approach to a victim-centered approach of criminal justice systems. We're not done enough on that. We have done very, very little. And that actually means that we have not seen the victim as part of this situation, even in terms of reparations and even in terms of restoration. What we can say is that in terms of local-based criminal justice systems, there have been several experiences that have demonstrated that they're very successful in trying to keep away the young men from crime, but I haven't seen any experience in terms of transnational criminal approaches based on restorative systems or victim-based systems.
Thank you, sir. I think that's all we have time for the questions. I thank all the three speakers, Professor Emilio Viano, President of the International Society of Criminology, Professor Gamil Fopal from the Federal University of Bahia, and Dr. George Restrepo, Director CERC, for being with us today and making very, very, very clear presentations on the crime situation at various geographies. Thank you very much, one and all. I hand over the mic to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to first of all thank the chairperson. Hello. Yeah, I would like to thank the Professor Madhav Somasundaram, the chairperson. And since it's just a virtual platform, we will just present to you a certificate of appreciation as a small token of our gratitude. Jayesh. Hello. So, I will also like to thank Professor Dr. Emilio Civiano. Although it is odd that we are presenting the certificates to both Madhav sir and Emilio sir, because they are also partners of this symposium. But still, we as criminologists and human rights students, we cannot do any discrimination. So I would also like to thank Professor Dr. Gamil Fopal, and we'd like to present a certificate of appreciation from our department in the International Society of Criminology and Indian Society of Criminology. And I would like to thank our last speaker, Dr. Jorge Restrepo, and we would also like to present you a certificate of appreciation. Thank you so much to all the speakers. I would like to thank all the other speakers who have been here, Professor Greg Barak, Professor Dr. Jaco Barkazwa, Dr. Michael O'Connell, and all ISC office bearers like Dr. Syed Umar Atab and Professor R.M. Mangoli, and all reputed academicians, scholars, and students from all around the world. We'll just start with the valedictory session since it's already delayed. It will just be a short session, so please stay with us. So I will now hand over the mic to Anand. So we will start with the presentation.
अच्छा और लेकिन वाइंड अप करवा दिया
I think your mute is on and your mic is on.
Yes,
sir. Please mute your mic. Sardar, please hear me? Hello, Jayesh. I guess Anand is not audible, so could you please continue with the presentation? Hello.
Good evening. Hello, good evening. On behalf of the Department of Criminology and Police Studies, Sardar Patel University of Police Security and Criminal Justice, Jodhpur, I, Jayesh Kumar, PhD scholar, welcome you to the validity section on International E-Symposium on Supranational Criminology, dealing with the international crimes. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Mrs. Sheetal Arora, Organizing Committee member of this International E-Symposium, and Assistant Professor, Department of Criminology and Police Studies, to deliver the welcome address.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah, it is a matter of great pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session on behalf of my Department of Criminology and Police Studies here at Sardar Patel University of Police, Security and Criminal Justice, Jodhpur. We welcome our patron and registrar of our university, Madam Mrs. Vandana Singhvi. We welcome our collaborators for this event, Professor Dr. Emilio Viano, the Honorable President of International Society of Criminology, Professor Madhav Somasundaram, Chairman of Indian Society of Criminology, Dr. Syed Umar Altaf, Secretary of Indian Society of Criminology. We welcome our keynote speakers of various sessions in this event: Dr. Mohammad Matar, Professor Greg Barek, Professor Dr. Jacob Berkuzin, Dr. Michael O'Connell, Professor Gamil Foppel, Dr. Jorge Restrepo. We also welcome in the valedictory session the chairpersons of different sessions in this event: Professor R.N. Mangoli, Professor G.S. Bajpai, Professor Arvind Tiwari, Professor P. Madhav Somasundaram. Our university feels honored to welcome all esteemed professors, academicians, practitioners, research scholars, and students from across nations and India in this session of this event. I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I kindly request Professor Dr. Emilio Viano, the Honorable President of our partner International Society of Criminology, and who is a professor at American University, Washington, D.C., and affiliated professor at George Mason University, to say a few words.
Thank you very much. International crimes such as war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide are cataclysmic expression of violence brought to our attention in our time by the international media and the rapid communications of today. The pushback against these crimes is a priority, not only on the international political agenda, but also on the domestic policy of many countries. For example, in the USA, the Black Lives Matter movement, stressing the frequent excessive police violence against minorities, is reopening full force a re-examination of the colonial history, marking the founding of the United States and of all other countries in the Americas. This is nothing new. Already at the end of the 19th century, there was considerable discomfort in Europe, at the time considering itself as the superior continent in the world as to culture and civilization, above the horrific excesses of colonial invasions of other parts of the world. The worst example at the time was the appalling brutality and total exploitation of indigenous people in the Congo, considered the private property of the King of the Belgians for his own private gain. If European royalty at the time, 1890s, led by the Tsar of Russia, eventually intervened, is a sign of the horrors taking place there at the time when there were no internet, cable live news 24 hours a day. The founding of the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague in 1899 to hopefully avoid major warfare ignited by disputes among countries marks the beginning of establishing international organizations to maintain peace and avoid massive supranational violence. It did not work out as expected, as we all know, if we just think about World War I and World War II. Criminologists, however, have not invested in studying war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide. The tribunals of Nuremberg and Tokyo after World War II gave birth to an international criminal law superseding individual states, which has developed and become very influential, particularly since the end of the Cold War. Examples are the establishment of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia in 1993, followed by a similar tribunal for Rwanda, the establishment of the International Criminal Court in 1998, and others. The one for Cambodia, for example, and the one for Timor. Especially the International Criminal Court has major implication at the national level as well, since state parties, this is very important, state parties to the treaty criminalize now war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide in their domestic laws, which makes it much easier to prosecute, but also to study. One would have expected that criminologists would closely follow this developing movement by studying those crimes just as they do with crimes on a national level. But it is really not that way. It should not be that way. Criminology is the field of science that studies criminality in all its manifestations. Thus, it is strange that the most extreme forms of criminality, namely war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide, the latter is called the crime of crimes, are not studied that much by criminologists. It is vital that the study of these crimes develop into a separate and fully fledged specialization within criminology. By studying this form of criminality from a criminological perspective, using its theoretical framework and research methodologies, and by integrating all the research done in other fields, we can think of history, political science, sociology, anthropology, psychology. Criminology will position itself to majorly contribute to their prevention. Considering the large number of victims, it is certainly worth our serious consideration and attention. Just think of Rwanda, where over 1 million people were killed in a few days. Criminology should join criminal law, public international law, psychology, history, sociology, journalism, political science in this fertile area of research. However, little has been published by criminologists. Efforts were made already in the 20th century. The International Society of Criminology was founded in 1937 with an international agenda. It was especially active in Southern Europe and South America, particularly Brazil and Argentina. Regrettably, its work was stopped by the horrors of World War II. This webinar is a very important and valuable contribution to the recognition and establishment of supranational criminology as a recognized way to approach the study of these international criminal acts. I'm confident that the impetus provided by this webinar will greatly help the development of this branch of criminology. As president of the International Society of Criminology, I pledge the support of the society. Let us be inspired, motivated, energized by the event of the last 2 days to pursue this approach, analysis, intervention, and prevention of supranational crimes, to bring about a more just, equitable, and peaceful world, respectful of human rights, still very much violated every day, especially for political and financial gains, and also the reckless exploitation of the earth's resources. Many thanks and many congratulations to the organizer of the webinar, the speakers, the participants, the international audience. Best wishes for great success in this noble endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. In criminology and system towards the
Jayesh? Hello, Jayesh? Hello.
Hello.
Jayesh, can you take over? We are not, it's not audible actually. Anand is not audible.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I kindly request Professor P. Madhva Somasundram, Chairman of Indian Society of Criminology and Head of the Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice, Maniam Sundaranagar University, Tirunelveli, to address the gathering.
Professor Emilio Viano, friends, it has been nice hearing you for the last 2 days. The entire gamut of issues connected with transnational, supranational crimes were discussed, dissected, and I think I should really thank Sardar Patel University of Police, Security, Criminal Justice to Jodhpur for organizing. You know, it's a long time since, at least in the in India, we have discussed about transnational crimes. I think the last thing which we had in the seminar or in the conference was about 10, 12 years ago. And that way, I think Dr. Srikar Lama and his organizing team at Jodhpur University has done a good service in bringing the limelight back into the transnational crimes. We have always been discussing about the crimes, the patterns of crimes, the new types of crimes that have been emerging in India. Now, I think it is time that we should also discuss about, because the global boundaries are losing their value. So I think we need to reinvest ourselves in understanding the transnational crimes. So I think that the beginning has already been made. We have got a lot of material. We have got a lot of insights by these international speakers today. And I think this will be the starting point from where we will refocus ourselves also to the trans and the supranational crimes. Thank you for this opportunity. And I also suggest on behalf of the Indian Society of Criminology that if Dr. Srikar Lama and the organizing team can get the materials and the papers, we would like to publish it. We would like to get the proceedings. So that will be the beginning point. That will be the basic bedrock based on which the other discussions, which is going to emanate out of the Indian Society of Criminology and the other professional organizations in this country. So if you are able to get the papers, the materials from all the speakers, all the chairpersons, we will assist you in the process of getting the credits are all basically yours. The Society of Criminology will probably assist you in the process of putting up the proceedings together in the form of a book or whichever format you want, so that will form the basis bedrock on which the future discussions on transnational crimes in India at least will take place. Giving that assurance, I think wonderful. It was nice listening to a gamut of speakers from different parts and different time zones, and they have been giving us a lot of ideas. I think the young researchers who have been watching this from the YouTube platform will be able to grasp and will be able to focus their future researchers, not necessarily even for their PhD, but also but in a small starting point of a paper or an article, which will go a long way when we look at it after 5 years or 10 years. Thank you very much for the opportunity provided. Thank you one and all for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I kindly request Dr. Syed Umar Adab, Secretary of Indian Society of Criminology and Assistant Professor, Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice, Maniam, Supranational University, Tirunelveli, to address the gathering.
So good evening, participants from India. Good morning to participants from other continents. After listening to galaxy of expert speakers, seasoned researchers on the supernatural national crimes, I should not spoil your mood. Therefore, I just wanted to share a few words. Transnational crimes such as human trafficking, genocide, illegal weapon trades, terrorism, drug trafficking, war crimes, and cyber crimes may require a common law and criminal justice system for a group of countries such as European Union, ASEAN, SARC, G8, G20, or a universal in nature to prosecute the criminals in order to mitigate and combat these crimes, these long-run crimes. So this in turn will reduce more crimes in the domestic setup of the countries via money laundering, corruption, and domestic violence, etc. The recommendations of this International E-Symposium should reach appropriate authority through International Society of Criminology and Indian Society of Criminology for necessary action. So before I close, on behalf of the Indian Society of Criminology, I thank Professor Emilio Viano, the President of the International Society of Criminology, and Sardar Patel, University of Police, Security and Criminal Justice, for co-hosting this international event. I also thank all the speakers, chairperson, and participants for their active participation. Finally, I thank Dr. Srikar Lama, the organizing secretary, and his organizing team. Also, I congratulate them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I kindly request Dr. Srikar Lama, Organizing Secretary of this International E-Symposium and Assistant Professor, Department of Criminology and Police Studies, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello, good evening everyone. It is a matter of great pleasure to present the vote of thanks on behalf of Department of Criminology and Police Studies at Sardar Patel University of Police, Security and Criminal Justice, Jodhpur. At the outset, I would like to say that this is the first time that a fledgling department has organized an event of this magnitude with speakers from all 6 continents of the world and participants from around the world. Hence, we would like to apologize if there were any mistakes from our part. We are thankful to our patron and registrar of our university, Mrs. Vandana Singhvi, who provided us support and encouraged us to organize this event. We extend our gratitude towards the collaborators in this event, the International Society of Criminology and the Indian Society of Criminology. We express special thanks towards Professor Dr. Emilio Viano, the Honorable President of International Society of Criminology, who referred some resource persons for this event and has guided us. We also express special thanks towards Professor Balraj Chauhan, the Honorable President of Indian Society of Criminology, Professor Madhav Somasundaram Sir, Chairman of Indian Society of Criminology, and Dr. Syed Umar Atab, Secretary of Indian Society of Criminology. We thank them for guiding us and encouraging us to organize such events and contribute to the development and discipline of Indian criminology. We express our gratitude to all the speakers, keynote speakers, Dr. Mohammed Matar, Professor Greg Barak, Professor Jacob Kuzwa, Dr. Michael O'Connell, Professor Gamal Poppel, and Dr. Jorge Restrepo for taking out time from their busy schedules and sharing their immense knowledge in this event. We extend our special thanks towards the chairpersons of various sessions in this event, Professor R.N. Mangoli, Professor G.S. Bajpai, Professor Arvind Tiwari, and Professor Madhav Somasundaram Sir for chairing the various sessions and giving this event their valuable time. We thank all esteemed professors, academicians, practitioners, research scholars, and students from across nations in India for becoming a part of this International E-Symposium. At the end, I would like to thank my colleagues Dr. Rufus D. and Mrs. Sheetal Arora for their cooperation and contribution, and the members of the Student Organizing Committee, PhD scholars Jayesh and Anand, who have been immensely supporting us in managing this event. We acknowledge the efforts by our postgraduate students Sameer and Shashank, who have alone handled the live telecast on YouTube for nearly 8 to 9 hours for 2 days. I would like to thank our master's student in criminology, Anika, Mohit, and Mansi, and Chetan from BA in Security Management for providing support and facilitating the sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you all, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
So thank you, one and all. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's okay, sweetheart.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.